How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm going to explain.
I've been looking at it. I need my granddaughter. Okay. Okay.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started. Can you please call the roll?
Trustee Sanchez? Here. Trustee Reyes-Palmer? Here. Trustee Jones? Here. Trustee Lightford? Here. Trustee Peppers? Here. Trustee Brandon? Here. And Mayor Booker?
I am here.
We have four.
Wonderful. So we're going to go ahead and go into our Village of Maywood prayer confession. Then we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Father, we come boldly before your throne of grace, interceding for the Village of Maywood. We pray for the spiritual awakening in the hearts of the Village of Maywood residents. Thank you for preserving this village and bringing restoration wholeness, and generational wealth to our communities. Restore this generation's faith, passion, and ignite in them a holy fire that will destroy every demonic influence. Thank you, Father, that you have delivered Maywood out of the power of darkness and translated them into the kingdom of your dear Son. We bind every strong man that has held Maywood bound. We execute divine judgment against the forces of darkness and cancel every satanic operation. We thank you that the works of the enemy are destroyed and declare that Jesus is Lord. We plead the blood of Jesus over Maywood and its residents and declare that heavenly angels have been sent charge over this village to protect it. We thank you that the body of Christ has been released as laborers have been sent to Maywood preaching the gospel, bringing healing to the brokenhearted, deliverance to the captives, liberty and restoration to the bruised. Let the outpouring of the Holy Spirit consume them with wisdom, prosperity, truth, love, joy, peace, righteousness, faithfulness, and holiness that will manifest God's kingdom and bring forth revival to the land. Father, we know that your word will not return to us void and will accomplish everything in which we've sent it to do in Maywood. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That should have been off. Okay, so we are going to go into our public meeting in regards to the proposed 2021 budget and, 2022 fiscal year budget. So we'll do an acknowledgement of the public hearing that the notice was published in the newspaper. And then we'll do 4, presentation on the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 operating budget, May 1st, April through 30th of 2023 by village manager and village finance director. Discussion of an ordinance approving the fiscal year 2022-2023 Village of Maywood budget, May 1st, 2022 through April 30th, 2023. Good evening.
To the board, I sent you guys an email for the finance committee, and you should be able to follow along with it. If you like. Good evening again. What we're presenting here this evening is the proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2022 through 23, which begins May 1st, 2022 and ends April 30th of 2023. So the total operating budget for this time period would be $51,929,266. And what you see on this chart is just a breakdown of those. And the column to your right, it shows what we're currently operating under, what our current budget is, and then what we're proposed for our next fiscal year. So the main operating budget for day-to-day is the general fund. And that is proposed to be $34,078,650. And then you'll see more fuel, recreation, CDBG, water fund, TIFs, and then the local grants, federal and local grants that we're proposing. So as you know, the general fund is what we use for the major operating expenses for day-to-day. And as shown in that previous slide, revenue is $34,078,650, and so are the expenditures, which is needed to balance the budget before we can proceed, with the fiscal year. budget is used to provide health and safety of our residents. In this is the police and fire budgets, and also public works. So it provides, everything that the residents need on a day-to-day basis. So if we just take a look at the current budget and what's proposed, you'll see there's a difference of about $2.9 million. And that difference was obtained through our ending of our debt service. As you recall, during our tax levy hearing, there were some bonds that we paid off, and so we recaptured that monies or that funding, and we were able to allocate it anyway, allocating it into our upcoming fiscal year. So that is what's recognized there in that difference. Here is just a breakdown so you can kind of get a visual idea of how that 34 million is broken out. And it shows you the police and fire, and these are the revenues here. The police, fire, the largest share is our property tax, and that's represented at 15 million, that bright yellow box. And then we have our state share income, which would be our property replacement, our income tax, our sales, telecom, and those. And then we have our police and fire pensions, and then we have all of our miscellaneous fines and fees, which include vehicle stickers, parking fines, and the like. So this just kind of gives you a visual of how our revenues are obtained. And then here is just a percentage of the same. So it's important to note that our personal property tax is 45% of the budget. And then our state share revenue is about 23. And then police and fire pension, even though that's a wash, right? So we budgeted the revenue and we budgeted the expense, so we only utilize it in those areas. So that P-tax and that state share revenue is the major sources of funding to operate the general fund. Conversely, we look at our expenses, and again, we have police, fire, public works. What I noted here this year was our working capital reserve fund, which we, call the rainy day fund. We've allocated $452,000 to repay that. We like to maintain it at $2 million, and we're about $950 short. So I made sure that we reallocated it here. We did talk about that as well during our tax levy hearing. So I did want to make sure that I pointed that out, that we do intend to pay a portion of it back. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pay the full amount back. So if you look here, the largest department expenses is police, and then the second largest is fire, which is expected. But again, just to give you guys all an idea of how our revenue is expensed. And then again, a percentage. Police takes up about 39% of the total budget, and fire takes up about 29%, and all the other departments are about 7%, with public works coming in about 8%. So, and then MIS this time is a greater portion, and you'll see that as I go through the presentation. So just for reference, these are all of our departments that we operate under the general fund. I only named a few before, but this is a total list of them. And then here is just an analysis of the funds, right? What we are currently budgeted, and then what we were proposed for the next fiscal year, what the difference is in dollars, and then what the difference is in percent. So for some of those increases, I'll go through, walk you through, how we got to those expenses and what it looks like. So the first one is the village clerk. If you noted that it was a 17% increase, which really is only $34,000 from the prior fiscal year. And the largest item there is codification. So we made a lot of changes to our ordinances, and we had to codify them, and there's a process that costs more than we pay with. So we did a portion of it this year, and then there's still a portion to do next year. We just want to make sure that we have enough set aside for that. The photo ID machine, has been around for at least 10 or 15 years, I'm sure. So that's there, and then some desktops for the department, and changes. Management information systems, here it reflects a 400% increase to the current budget, which is $577,000. So if you all recall, Impact came out and gave a presentation.
We can't hear.
Run the mic. Is it on? There's a switch.
Check, mic check.
Yeah, it's on. Just got to talk into it. Testing. No.
It's on, we just need a
And maybe alcohol wipe.
Yeah.
There's a white right there.
Those are like
Doesn't matter.
the bleach white is not.
Oh,
And what if she tries to put it
that's
Are you guys able to hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, as you may recall, we had a presentation from Impact. They came and they assessed our IT infrastructure and our systems. So from that, we had an opportunity to meet with them again, and they gave us some estimated costs to kind of remedy the situation. So the first item is the service agreement. What this entails is them coming out and actually performing the man hours, and then providing like a on-call type of a system, or where you can call them a help desk type of situation. So that's covered under the service agreement, but here we would still keep our current consultant to do the day-to-day hands-on work. And if needed, that consultant has the availability to reach out to them to talk through items over the phone. The subscriptions are our current emails. So we pay about $40,000 for all of the emails throughout the village. We are looking to change from .org to .gov. So that includes that update. And then this computer hardware and software reflects about 28 changes to the servers, the desktops, and all of the physical infrastructure to go along with the service agreement. Do keep in mind that this is a 5-year proposal, because to fully get us up to where we need to be is over $1 million. And so that service agreement reflects monthly payments for the first year of 5. So again, we're still working through that, but I was very adamant that I needed something to present, so we can have an idea of what to budget for, and if anything changed, we would need to adjust along the way. Central services, this also reflects a 34% increase, which it actually doesn't, but I did want to point out that what we've done here is moved all of the telephone expenditures out of the various departments so we can see them in one location. We really need to do an audit here to make sure that we're maximizing, our dollars spent there, and it's just a little harder to see when they're all scattered throughout the budget in terms of pulling the documentation and fully discussing what our needs are. So this is really just moving it out of the various departments and into central services. President and trustees, there was a 15% increase here, which really is $36,000, and this is a result of restoring the training and seminar line items that we've had in the past that we eliminated due to COVID. So that was $36,500, and that includes the board and also the staff person in that department. Commissions and special events, I'm sure a lot of people are about this. We got a lot of inquiry. So we have restored those that remained, and again, this is a proposal. So the Police and Fire Commission, there's a slight increase here of about $13,000. Historic preservation was restored to 10. Planning and zoning restored to 5. Wasn't quite clear on where we would go with the Maywood Fest, so just put 25, which is half of what we budgeted in the past. We may not even need this because we did such a great job in raising money for the past Maywood Fest, but I didn't want to leave it out. Village sponsorship, and right below that, that was kind of a breakdown of kind of what we had used in past years, not set in stone. Just a proposal. The time day stays the same. The gift cards for the turkey giveaway stayed the same. What I increased here was the youth delegation from 4 to 5, the youth fishing trip from 3 to 5, and the old timers picnic from 2,500 to 3,000. So that was a slight increase. It was always 20. But we had another initiative in there, was our Safe Summer Music in the Park, but I think the Park District is doing that now. So I just reallocated that $3,500, dollars. Code enforcement had a large decrease too, which was 42%, which is $358,000. And here you'll see the breakdown for a big portion of that, which was contractual and professional services. I think the biggest item is the plan review, but we will recoup a lot of that through the permit. So when they're reviewing the plans and then you have to get your permits, a lot of that will come back. Summary abatements, we did have a grant that we were utilizing in the past, but that grant expired, so we had to put it back in corporate budget. And then capital equipment, we budgeted for 5 vehicles for the code enforcement department. They have been the only department who has not received, new vehicles in the last 5 years of us, purchasing. Public Works was a 30% increase, and just the breakdown of that is listed there for you. I think the biggest thing is the capital expenditures and the capital improvements. So here is just a little bit more detail on what those capital improvements are. We have a couple of things in CDBG, one being about $30,000 for the 21st Avenue project, and then the remainder is just for the application of any improvements that we may have in the future. Resurfacing on Erie, 1st to 3rd, the Green Alley project, and then crack sealing and pavement patching. So those round out that 606, and if you recall, the increase was slightly up to 500,000. Okay, so that concluded corporate. So now we're moving into motor fuel tax. This is derived from the taxes from operating motor vehicles through the highway and through the consumption of gas. And here, there was a difference of $245,000 from this budget to what's proposed for next year. And really what's set aside here is the beginning of our Washington Avenue project that will be let in November and will be concluded in fiscal year 2020. The recreation fund, so funds here, currently were levied to help with the operation of the municipal pool. And there's a slight decrease here of about $13,000, which was actually used in this year for some pool maintenance, or not maintenance, but some different things that were done with the pool. It just slipped my mind right now. But there was a company that looked at the pool, and it was at the end of last fiscal year, the beginning of this fiscal year. So there was an invoice to pay for that. Community block grant, CDBG. So we have a slight increase here. And again, this is for a project on 21st Avenue. We don't have a match for this, for the construction of it. It's fully funded through CDBG, but we did have some engineering costs, design costs that we absorbed in the sewer, and garbage fund. There was a slight increase here of about $419,000. And this is an analysis of the funds. In the water fund, we have our pump station, we have our crew and water sewer maintenance, and then we have our ladies that does water collections. So these are the allocations for the budget for each, and it's about a 2% overall increase for that fund. And then here I just listed out some of the expenses for the water fund that are budgeted in water sewer maintenance. So you see we have our emergency repairs. We do have a 4-inch water main replacement for a total cost of $1.6 million, and that does include engineering. We have our I-290 corridor storm sewer separation, about $100K, and then everything else is just our standard. We're still maintaining our flood assistance program. We're still making sure that we set aside money for our larger commercial meters that may need to be replaced, and then continuing to do the sewer cleaning and televising, and to keep our water tower freshly painted and maintained. Okay, Madison tip. So here, you know, we always just say the tip, right? So just to make sure we all know what that acronym is, right? The tax increment financing. And a lot of times we're not sure that we're using it correctly. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew exactly what it's used for and that we are in compliance. It's for redevelopment, infrastructure, and community improvements. It's also to stimulate investment in a blighted area that's been designated to need economic revitalization. So what that means is not only, you know, can we utilize it for public needs, for our own needs, municipality, you know, if there's private entities that need to utilize funding, you know, we are within bounds to utilize that. So that's a tip. And we actually were able to decrease it about $448,000 in the upcoming fiscal year. This is a little harder to see, but just to kind of give you a breakdown of you know, how we're currently budgeting its use. So we have some capital projects, public improvements. The business in curb appeal will slightly go up. So we just finished our finance committee meeting, and then there were some requests to increase those line items. So we'll rework this, and you'll see those increases to reflect $200,000 in business improvement and $100,000 in a curb appeal pilot program. It was a pilot last year, and we didn't get off the ground, so it's still a pilot. The same for the Roosevelt Road tip. And what I meant to do is give you boundaries, so I'll make sure I add that in the next presentation. Actually, after reworking this budget, it stayed the same at, no, we increased it because we're going to increase the capital appeal, pilot curb appeal program here and the business improvement. And lastly is our grant funding. So the highlights here are our American Rescue Plan Act. We've already received 1.5. We anticipate receiving the balance of our 3.2 allocation, which is another 1.574. And then we have our COPS hiring grant, which is $500,000 over 3 years. So for the upcoming fiscal year, the allocation would be $166,000 plus. And it would only be utilized for hiring 3 new patrol officers. So we couldn't use it for any existing. It's really to stimulate, you know, hiring new officers. And then our Strong Community Program, we have $111,738 for that. And this is a program that in the past we were able to use for summer abatement, and they changed the regulations on that, so we're restricted. And that's why you saw the summary abatement for $50,000 in code. Such a large difference, right? But that's our part. Okay, stop. Questions?
So we have Questions from the board, trustee Sanchez? I saw that there was an increase of $400,000 for the Maywood Police Department. Is that for the hiring of new officers? I also see the grant that you were just talking about. With
And
that, yes.
So they will need 3 new vehicles. So the 3 vehicles, the outfitting and all the equipment was about $120,000. And then it is for some laterals, because they're coming in laterally, they come in at a higher amount. So a new hire might be $45,000, but a lateral is about $83,000 to $86,000. So that cost, went up.
So would that, the grant that you just showed us right now for $133,000, would that also be for those 3 new laterals, or?
It'll be for new hires. So I think that she checked to see if a current officer, it'll be a new hire to us, right? But we're looking at using it for the ones that are more in the $45,000 range, so we can get more, bang for our buck. We can get 3. If we use one that was coming in laterally, we would only get 2.
So our goal will be 3 new officers for the fiscal year 2023.
Actually, it's like 6.
6.
But let me rephrase that. Some of them are attrition, right? So some of the officers that have retired, that wasn't replaced. So that's where the laterals are coming in, and 3 fully new that are not replacements.
So laterals are going to make up for those that are retiring, and then we'll have
Yeah.
3 new.
Yeah.
Anybody in the room? Anyone have a question? All right, so, I do. So looking at the clerk's office, I'm trying to figure out in the budget where we have allotment for new homeowners coming into the village, block club initiatives, and community guide. Because it's not there.
So
And
that would
miscellaneous only has 500.
it would be under like contractual and professional, and it would be what the clerk requested. I'm not sure.
But they don't have a contractual and professional line item.
Yeah, so that would be whatever the clerk requested.
So can we go back and look at the budget? Because we definitely want to make sure when new homeowners come into the village of Maywood that we have a new homeowner packet for them. We definitely want to make sure that we're pushing block clubs through the clerk's office. And then we want to also make sure that we're printing those community guides. So those 3 items are missing. And there's
But under printing, right? Just under,
I mean, even Princeton only has 500 under it.
no, but I'm saying the
The
thing.
community guide would be printing block clubs miscellaneous, or it could be a block club budget line item. Just making sure that they have the resources that they need to support ensuring that we revitalize block clubs overall in general for the village of Maywood. And new homeowners, when they're coming in, just giving them a bag of information, getting a village of Maywood bag with the logo. I think last year it was out of the police department's budget when previous chief got those bags printed that the NAMCO worked with the police department to get done. But we just want to make sure it's more consistent from a clerk's office standpoint. So if we get those bags for new homeowners, put in that, and I think everything else inside of it is just printing. So just increasing the printing budget.
I'll work with the clerk.
Clerk.
Okay, regarding the block clubs, there's really no expense out of the clerk's office for the block clubs, because they pay for their own.
So the goal that we were talking about last year was actually doing initiatives to get block clubs to be more interested. Because the problem is we don't actually have the interest there from block clubs right now. So even if it's money to do promo pop-ups or incentivize, if you guys do if your block creates a block club, we'll contribute $100 to your first block club event. Something like that to encourage the revitalization of block clubs. Because right now, I think we have, 2 or 3 block clubs registered?
Maybe we can discuss that later.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking community engagement versus the clerk's office, but we can talk about that later.
I mean, wherever it goes, block clubs needs to be a line item. So if it's community engagement, then great, but definitely want to encourage residents and blocks to establish block clubs like we used to have in the past. Then looking under community engagement, we missed adding Village Drive, Village Wide to it. In the past, it's been 6,000 under that, so it's not there at all.
What, commission was that?
Village Drive, Village Wide was under beautification.
Okay.
It was called like environmental beautification.
Okay. 6,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Then I'm looking under the Public Works Department. They increased their contractual and professional services by $264,000.
Yeah, so what's under there, that's where we do all of our infrastructure charges, their contractual professional. $536,000 is, infrastructure. So it's not running the department.
So, I mean, so we're saying you're looking at last year was the 5. All right, okay. Last year, for police, Public Works, contractual services was 589. We're moving it to 853. So what what services are we
Right,
doing
so
this year?
capital improvements is 606, so it went up by $519.97. And it's those, capital improvements are 606, the capital expenditures, the lease payments, vehicle maintenance, janitorial services.
But those are all broken down in different line items. So, like,
But you see the total increase, so what you're seeing there is under contractual and professional.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm specifically looking under contractual and professional services. Like, so I'm looking at lease payments, capital expenditures, capital equipment and furnishing, all of those are there.
Right. So the total 853.
Electrical is there.
That is under contractual and professional. For the total of 853, you have tree trimming, which is 60. You have a HVAC replacement 2 units at 125 South Fifth at 80,000. You have alley grading at 24,000, 50/50 sidewalk at 50,000, Christmas lighting at 31,780.32, crack sealing at 20, pavement patching at 50. So that totals 316,000. The balance of that 853 is 536, and so that then is the 221,000 for the green infrastructure, the alley improvement, 118,000 for the engineering of that project. You have the CDBG, 68,300, resurfacing at 120,000, and then additional engineering at $9,600.
Okay.
So that capital expenditures, yeah, so there are,
I just saw the income, like, what?
yeah, so it's
Got it.
316 for him in that department, kind of, sort of, and then 536 is infrastructure. Great.
All right, then you were saying that under recreation, the only thing that was mentioned was the pool, but we do tax the 150,000 for the pool, 1st through 4th, and the 200 building.
Yep.
So I just want to.
Yeah, that was a highlight.
Okay. Because
So that's the biggest
the
thing.
match to the ISLAC grant.
Yeah, we only have to pay $35,000 for our match, but the money that we have is for the grant because we only let it $150. So for the $150, you would say 35 of the $150 is for the grant expense, and then other contractual expenses, which is a total of $435 for that year. I only highlighted the pool because the other would be, scheduled maintenance repairs at that 200 building and that. So the pool is the biggest thing.
Okay. Right, so then under the Madison TIF, so you updated the Roosevelt TIF to reflect the business improvement program, but the Madison TIF still says it's a side program.
Yes, that came up tonight. I need to change that
Okay.
wording because,
All right, so thinking about the business improvement program, Roosevelt TIF is much smaller than the Madison TIF. So could we find a way to leave the Roosevelt at $100,000, but increase the Madison TIF to more like $200,000 since it's so much more land?
we did that tonight, so that was,
Perfect.
it's not represented in the we increased the business improvement program to 200 and the Clerk review to 100.
Perfect. Okay. And then looking at the abandoned property grant, we lost 250 from the program being eliminated. But I want to say in your presentation, it was only 50 at abatement fund.
Oh, right, yeah, because that's all that was in the budget.
So what are we going to do about board ups, cutting grass of the $200,000 we lost?
Well, all of it didn't go towards that, but in Public Works request, it was for a lawnmower.
Okay, so we're not going to be utilizing the other three services more so
Yeah, we
frequently?
will, but they'll be in conjunction with the folks that are lawnmower. The ride more.
But they already got
$23,000.
But they already got
They're
a
investing.
So, when looking at the needs of the village of Maywood, when it comes to the summer and all the weeds and all the craziness that comes up in regards to beautification issues and aesthetically pleasing community, we're moving $200,000 out. Well, the grant got canceled. So that it was never our $200,000, right?
Right.
So, but in thinking about that, when we think about board ups and when we think about cutting, like Public Works has enough to do throughout the summer that we want them to get better at and be more aesthetically minded in those thought processes. Can we figure out a way to put some more money in that? Because to go from 250 to 50, and we already look at weeds and everything throughout the summer that we're not happy with?
Sure. But it wasn't all for that. But another thing that I didn't mention was that I know that the village manager and I think the director of code enforcement talked to the contractors and vendors providing services. So there was some things that that we would have liked to see different.
Fair cost sharing, fair pricing. Yeah.
So with those things that we would like to see different, we'll see a reduction in cost, but we could certainly increase that. The director was asking for quite a few things, and I think that was why, that was a thing that we were looking at and talking about and tried to, do differently, just to kind of keep those costs down. A lot of times if a person sees that you're budgeting $200,000, they want to spend $200,000, or they want to charge you $200,000. So if we are, going into this with a smaller budget, maybe a bit more efficient, but we can certainly, I can talk to the director and manager, and we can look at coming back with it.
So we're definitely going to be more hawk-eyed on weeds, build
So
up
they
and
don't roll
grass.
60, and then.
We're not even going to wait for
so we-
60.
Yeah, we talking about all of those things.
So I just want to
So
make sure.
that'll keep the cost down and
Okay.
when it actually needs mowing, right? So we talked about
Not
a
when we
host
get
of
16.
things.
Okay. Just want to make sure, like, I can definitely guarantee there will be more Hawkeye put on that this summer. So if there's money that needs to be added, that'd be great. Those are all the questions that I have. So at this time, no other board member has any questions. We'll take questions by the public and by public comment. If the residents have any questions that they would like to ask or have any conversation about in regards to the budget. All right.
Why two deputy clerks in the clerk's office? We only had one for all these years. Why do we need two now?
Clerk?
For, I guess, over 5 years or more, both staff that are in the office full-time have been doing exactly the same job. So it's actually a belated promotion. Should have been.
Belated promotion.
Yeah.
Delayed promotion?
So they've been doing the same job within the clerk's office. And as we look towards the thought process of transitioning and changes happening within the clerk's office that we foresee in the future, it's in the best interest to promote what work is already being done. Right now, we're not paying for the same equitable work. So when we think about equity and fairness, those both roles are doing the same things.
And if I would add, it's deputy clerk too, so it's not the exact same classification. So it's a step below.
It is a step, but it's not.
Right,
equity.
it's not.
But it does bring more equity though.
Right.
But it's two deputy clerks. And $34,000 increase in the clerk's office.
No, that's not, am I right? No, so that's not for her
machine?
For the ordinance and stuff, it might be like a $3,000 or $4,000 difference. It's not that.
So it's not 2 deputies.
No, I'm saying the salary increase is nowhere near 30,000. It's a few thousand at most.
But my question is,
So you'll be looking at deputy clerk level 1, deputy clerk level 2.
so that's what I'm saying. So would that be an additional employee?
No. The one, it's a promotion. It's a promotion.
So instead of being a clerk and deputy clerk,
No, instead of it being an administrative assistant,
okay.
she'll be a deputy clerk too.
So would that enhance her duties or whatever?
No, so what I'm understanding is that she's already doing the same duties.
She's already done the same duties.
But I think that there may need a little bit more certification.
So she's doing the same quality, she's doing the same work as our current deputy clerk. So to make her the deputy clerk too, is to prepare her to get the various certifications or whatever she needs to be at the level of a deputy clerk 1, so that any time we have to make that transition or that transition takes place, then we'll be able to already have a certified person in the department. So Ms. Connie, she's already in the department. This is just acknowledging that she does already do the similar work, and it's increasing her salary by $3,000 to $4,000. So it's not adding an additional person. It's literally acknowledging the work that's being done by the person that's been doing it for years.
So she's been working above her.
Plus, yeah.
She's been doing a little bit more money for quite some time. In all fairness.
That's the question.
Okay. Does anyone else in the public have any questions?
Oh, yeah.
Can you repeat again what the budget was for the police officers?
For the, what do you mean, for the total department?
Like the
or just
department
the
budget?
salary?
Yes.
That's that question when she came.
Well, there was one more over here.
So the police department is, $9,927,641. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll look at 5, I'm sorry, yeah, 13.
All right, and then there was a question, Ms. Gates?
Yes. Regarding the ARPA fund, Maywood is only receiving 3.2 million.
3.1 and some change, so,
Okay. But what I'd like to know is, why is it that the surrounding towns are receiving as much as $38 million?
38, I don't know of a town that's surrounding.
Oak Park. Yes.
Well, Oak Park has over 150,000 residents.
Yeah, it's based on population.
So it's based on the funding assessment from the federal government was based on population. So when you look at the communities in Proviso that are more similar size or smaller, we receive the same fair amount that they receive. But if you're looking at a community that's 5 times as large as us, 6 times as large as us, it's a little different. All right, and then, I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, he did what he was saying.
I heard the gentleman talking about a program to help out, if you need something done in the resident for your home. Roof, painting, porch put in or something like that. I don't know if that's going on or not.
Yes.
So that was talked about, I'm sorry, in finance.
Yeah, so we talked about, so one of the things from the conference that we attended in Washington, D.C., there was this whole emphasis on investing in human infrastructure. So meaning investing in your residents. So one of the conversations we had tonight was how can we utilize the opera funding to make sure that we are investing in our residents throughout the village of Maywood. So looking at some programming that will be able to help or assist residents with roofing, porch repair, and things of that nature to help improve their properties, which will then have impact over, overall in the entire village of Maywood as far as the image is concerned. So we're making sure we maximize this moment with those funds and make sure we really invest in our residents as well.
Okay, one more question.
Yes, sir.
I'm on Second and Green, and before the virus came, I had bought all my material for the roof, but the permit expired. So what do I do to get that permit,
Reactivated? You
yeah,
just need to go to.
reactivated?
So you would go to the Building and Code Department at Village Hall and speak to the Building and Code Department to get that reactivated.
Would everything be like it was when I purchased it? The fence in the front yard or the roof?
So I would say that would be a conversation for the Building and Code Department, and you would need to, if there is an issue, there's always, we actually added a director to Building and Code, so if there's an issue, you can always speak to Director Duncan.
So how do I get in that program with them? Because I
So that program isn't activated yet, it's a conversation.
Okay.
So I don't want it to be confused.
Right.
That was a committee meeting that wasn't a voting meeting, it was just a conversation we
Right.
had.
Okay.
So we look forward to having that activated at some point in time. What that may look like today, we haven't finalized or voted on.
Are you guys helping people with their taxes too, or no?
If you need help with if your property taxes,
Yes.
you can most certainly go to Proviso Township over in Hillside off Harrison, and they can work with you out of in regards to your property taxes. Or if you're not getting some incentives or programming or anything that you might not be getting, they can assist you with that at the Proviso Township.
Last question. I mean, I want to give you guys props on the police department, because I want to tell you, these guys out here, they're putting their life on the line, and they do an excellent job in the neighborhood I live in. And I appreciate that to them, you know. So if you guys pass it on to them, you know.
She's
She's right next to you. All right. So we'll go on to Ms. Redmond.
Yeah, I have a question though. Are we still operating in deficit? What's the deficit?
I don't have that information with me, but we do have a fund deficit,
That's
the same as it was last year.
less than $11 million deficit. So what we done to improve that?
So what we're doing, we did a lot this year in terms of not really the last couple of years, because a lot of the things that we budgeted, we weren't able to do because of COVID. So what that deficit really means is that when you budgeted and you've gone over your budget, it is in cash flow. So whenever we're budgeting and we don't go over the budget, it reduces that. So that's something that builds up over time, and it's going to take the same amount of time to shrink it. So in the past years, we tried to budget set some money aside that we're not going to spend. So then that will be reduced. But it again, it depends on not going over your budget.
So we can create new jobs. We can get raises. I mean, has anyone ever thought about raising raises or anything of that sort?
They haven't been frozen as they haven't received it, but for the last 10 years, they've received the same 2%, which is way below the index, and it's gone up and down over those 10 years, and it's been frozen at 2% for 10 years.
Across the country, a lot of us are only getting 2%.
The unions fight us all the time, and they have documentation to show that they're underpaid, that other communities, are getting a larger increase, but that's all we've been able to provide. So we've been frozen at 2% since 2010, so it's like 12 years now.
One more question. What kind of plans are being made to bring revenue into this community?
That would be a good question for community development. I know
Yeah,
there's
so right now, so in thinking
presentation.
about that, Ms. Redmond, there is conversation going on within the Community Development Department. Remember, we just established committees within this new administration. So there is the Planning and Development Committee that's discussing those types of things. There's the Ordinance and Policy Committee that's discussing those types of things. There's the Financial Accountability and Government Transparency Committee that's discussing those types of things. So there is conversation going into the revenue conversation in regards to revitalizing our downtown district, revitalizing our commercial corridors. How do we deal with our blighted properties and get them back on the tax roll? Working in partnership and conversations with the Cook County Land Bank in regards to how do we get properties that have been off of the tax rolls and over in taxes for 10, 15, 20 years that have been ignored. So there's been healthy conversation in regards to that. How do we work with realtors and investors and contractors in regards to making sure that we get properties before they become so blighted and before they become so delinquent in property taxes that we don't actually get the money back for those properties that haven't paid the taxes. So there's been healthy conversation and multiple different things going on in regards to bringing revenue into the village of Maywood. And then there's also a lot of different grants that we're focused on in regards to the Build Back Better program. With Build.gov, there's millions and millions of dollars that we're focusing on right now. So we all just came from the National League of Cities Conference and was given a wealth of information of various resources in regards to bringing revenue back into the village of Maywood. So there's been discussions at various different committee meetings. All of the committee meetings are open to the public, so if you just get with Ms. Banks, she could let you know what date and time each meeting is, and then you can actually go to the committee meetings and hear their discussion.
Okay, it looks like we're having a problem attracting investors, to this town. Why can't we think global and also try to attract investors, say, from Ghana or Nigeria or South America, Brazil? Why can't we have that mindset also, in addition?
So those are conversations that have already been happening as well. I couldn't agree with you more. And I would just say, again, if you could come to the committee meetings and see the different discussions that are taking place, I think that would better help you. All right. So before we go out of public and public comment, we'll turn it over to the village manager who has a couple of comments to make.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to add, if the question was in regard to any programs, we are implementing a ground emergency medical transportation program. That's through our fire department. It is a program that is subsidized. We will get a subsidy for all of our Medicaid patients who are transported by an ambulance. It's a federal program. The board just voted a couple months ago to go into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Illinois, and we should be receiving revenues from that program in the upcoming fiscal year. It's significant revenue, and Fire Chief has been working with a consultant to make sure we're properly tracking the data and that we are properly reporting what needs to be reported so that we can capture that revenue. The other program that we introduced under this administration has been with ProChamps. That's being finalized, and that's to help identify vacant properties. So number one, to help clean up the village, but then also there's a registration fee. It's a revenue generator. And then there's an accountability component. So once we know who owns the property, we can then hold them accountable to making sure that they get that property in compliance. So that also is a revenue generator. So those are two programs from a programmatic perspective that we've identified and implemented.
All right. So we'll go on to final questions. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
You were talking about the beautification program,
The Village Pride, Village Wide?
the beautification program of Maywood.
Village Pride, Village Wide.
Okay. Does that include garbage cans? Have you noticed that there is no garbage cans on the street of Maywood?
So that will go into where you see the public improvement under the TIF district.
Mm-hmm.
The public improvement programming of the TIF district will take care of that. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Gates.
One question, are they gonna be the recyclable kind?
So when we roll out what the new design will look like, we'll be sure to make sure that we have it as a presentation for the village. And we'll be sure to make sure that we point out where they're actually being placed.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
One more thing.
Ms. Red.
Since we have no newspaper, all of these things that you're talking about, yes, committees and so forth,
Just wait. We're going to talk about the newspaper in the board meeting.
I'm talking about giving reports to the residents.
Sure.
We should have to come to all the meetings.
I agree.
There should be somewhere that we can pick up a paper, just like we pick up an agenda, but we can see what we're doing in these things.
Absolutely. I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mitch Johnson.
Hello, Ms.
I'm
Johnson.
new to the village of Maywood. My biggest concern, my residence is the new apartment building on 5th and Warren.
Okay.
So my biggest concern now is the parking. I have gotten so many tickets from last year, April to now. And I guess my issue is there's no signage on the street. So I don't know where I can park or where I can't park. I don't know the timing of the park. There's no restrictions. And I'm getting tickets and I have to contest them in order for them to be, paid off. And I just think that it's getting out of control for me. I'm a single mother. I'm living on a fixed income. So I'm doing it by myself. And to keep getting these tickets, I decided to come here today to try to see, what can I do, or I don't know, something. I don't know if it's the building. I don't know what it is. Because even like on the weekend, I live across the street from T&JJ's. They have events. So if it's a Friday night event, there's absolutely no parking. I have a 1-year-old infant and a 6-year-old. There's only one entrance into my building. We only have maybe 7 parks in the front. So I would have to park on the opposite end of my building and walk through the alley or around to get into the door. So I just don't know who to address my concerns to. So
Okay.
I'm here.
So this is a public hearing in regards to the financial budget, but we are discussing overnight parking in the board meeting. The Ordinance and Policy Committee actually has a recommendation in regards to overnight parking. So if you would like to stay for the board meeting, once we get out of the public hearing in regards to the budget, then that will be addressed during the board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. All right.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay. Is the repaving of 19th part of this budget, and also is painting the fire hydrants and doing the curbs going to be is that part of the improvement too? Is that in the budget?
So that would be part of the public improvement as well in the budget. And then it could also be part of, since it's a fire hydrant, part of the curb appeal as well. So you have 2 different options of how we're going to address that this year.
Okay, but it's 19th.
And then 19th, we have a 5-year plan of the street in regards to 19th. Bill, can you answer to that?
Yeah, that improvement is programmed through the Federal Surface Transportation Program, and it's in 2025.
Because I remember you from the meeting at Irving. So
I'll be talking about that.
okay.
2025.
Okay. All right. So are there any other questions about the public hearing for the financial budget? Because we really need to close out the public meeting about the financial budget, and then we'll go into the regular board meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Point of information. I don't know if this has something to do
Say that again.
with the budget, but recycling. Now, you all have the new recycling cans out. They tell you basically what to put in them, how to put it in.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, what does the residents get out of doing their recycling? Now, I worked for a company years ago, retired. When we recycled, the company ended up getting money, which also helped everyone in the company wanting to put their stuff in a recycling can. So, do the residents benefit from this recycling?
Sure. Again, we're in public hearing for budget, but in thinking about it from a budget standpoint, the tonnage amount. So
Okay.
when you think about the tonnage amount that goes into the trash that we're charged for, the recycling actually helps, not the tonnage rate. So when our garbage is weighed, we get a tonnage rate and we get a tonnage allotment, and there's also the ability to give us a higher rate if we get more tonnage than we've actually contracted for. So if we focus on recycling, we actually can reduce our tonnage rate, which then would reduce our actual bill to the garbage company.
Okay.
All right, so with that being said, we are going to close out. I need a motion. Well, okay, so it's a motion to recommend approval of the ordinance, but we have some updates that need to be made. So will we move this to the 19th meeting?
Right, yes.
So then we just-
This is just a public hearing.
Yeah.
We discussed a few modifications, some revisions to budget, I'll bring those updated, I can do a presentation. Yeah, yep, and then let you know, I'll draft them on all that.
All right, so then we just need a, a motion to close and go into public hearing, close the public hearing and then return to the agenda for the April 5th.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Sanchez, second by trustee Lightfoot. Are there any questions? Please call the roll.
Trustee Sanchez.
Aye.
Trustee Reyes-Plummer. Aye. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Lightfoot. Trustee Pepper.
Aye.
Trustee Brandon.
Aye.
And Mayor Wilkie.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, the time is now 8:03. We're going to return into our regular committee as a whole special board meeting. So we have item 5, approval of minutes for the committee of a whole village board meeting of trustees for Tuesday, March 1st, 2022.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by trustee Brandon, second by trustee Sanchez. Are there any questions? All right, please call the roll.
Trustee Sanchez.
Aye.
Trustee Reyes-Plummer. Aye. Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Lightfoot. Trustee Peppers.
Aye.
Trustee Brandon.
Aye.
And Mayor Wilkie.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great. All right, 6, we'll go to reports, proclamations, announcements, and appointments. So just really quickly in regards to announcements, at this point, we are in day 2 of our new contract for LRS, the Recycle and Trash Pickup Company. So we didn't have any reported craziness for day 1 on Monday, and we have not had any reporting of craziness on day 2. We are still, all of the trash bins have been dropped off by LRS. All of the recycle bins have been dropped off by LRS. So you should have a 95-gallon trash bin, a 65-gallon recycle bin. The bins that are from Recycle Services from the past, they are responsible as a company to come pick those up. So they should be coming to pick those up. They have started to pick some of those trash bins up, so they'll continue to pick those up. But I just want to make sure that everyone's aware, LRS is not responsible to pick those up because it's not their property. The old trash bins are the property of Recycle Services that we did away with. If you guys look at the LRS website and you type in the Village of Maywood zip code, if you have any issues, you can report any issues. Also be mindful there has been reports in regards to people wanting additional trash bins. If you would like an additional 95-gallon trash bin, you are more than welcome to purchase one. They are $3 additional a month for you to get. They will charge that to your bill. So if you just give them a call or go to the website, you can request an additional trash bin. And if you are that overachiever of recycling, where we went from our 12-gallon bin to the 65-gallon bin and you still have more that you would like to recycle, you are most certainly welcome to get another recycle bin. And then also be mindful, we normally in the past have done the 2 bulk trash pickup days, but within our new contract, you are able to drop 2 bulk items within the trash every week. So you don't have to wait until spring cleanup or fall cleanup. You can do it all weekly. So make sure that you guys are aware of that. Also, just want to say the month of April is a lot of months of celebration. So in regards to the month of April, we're celebrating Financial Literacy Month. We're celebrating Autism Month. We're celebrating Distracted Driving Month. We're celebrating Stress Month. And then for our staff members, we are talking about Telecommunicators Month. So that is big celebrations in regards to acknowledging that there's a lot of month celebrations in the month of April. We want to give special acknowledgement to the Maywood Police Department. In this past month, we had the Willie Wilson gas giveaway. So within the Willie Wilson gas giveaway, we were able to give gas to more than 450 cars to fill their tanks. And the police department, as well as our Homeland Security and Emergency Services, which was the launch event for them, executed it perfectly. There were no instances of craziness. They handled the lines, they handled the disgruntled people, they handled the happy people. So hats off to the Village of Maywood and the police department, as well as Homeland Security and Emergency Services. Also want to give a huge hats off to the Village of Maywood and to the police department again. So we just finished the first quarter of the year with 0 homicides. So we had no homicides that happened in the first quarter of 2022, and that has been quite some time since we went an entire quarter with no homicides. So across the board, our crime rates are dropping, and we will continue to work diligently in regards to supporting our chiefs, supporting our police department in all ways possible to ensure that we continue to be intentional about crime reduction here in the Village of Maywood. Other than that, everyone should have received the community newsletter for the month of April. If you did not receive the community newsletter for the month of April, if you just go to bit.ly/Maywood News, it just asks for your name and your email address, and we'll make sure that you get an emailed copy of that. If you are a resident that desires to have a printed copy, they are available at Village Hall for pickup. And other than that, Village Pride, Village Wide. So we did discuss, and we talked about Village Pride, Village Wide, but Village Pride, Village Wide is a community cleanup event where we all come together on Saturday, April 30th. When you all come together for Saturday, April 30th, we will be cleaning up throughout the village across 19 different sites where you'll be provided gloves, paintbrushes, cleanup materials to beautify the village of Maywood. And then through that time, we will also be launching a series of other initiatives that flow into the summer as well. So Village Pride, Village Wide is taking place on April 30th, starts at 9 a.m., goes into 1 p.m., and then there's also the Community Health Fair, because we're focused on elements of a healthy Maywood, that will take place at the Quinn Center, and that will be from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. on the same day on April 30th. So again, if you would like to register for Village Pride, Village Wide, you can go to bit.ly/VPVW 2022, and then that would give you a registration as well as take your t-shirt size so that we can make sure that you have a t-shirt in regards to celebrating Village Pride, Village Wide. Other than that, we will go, if nobody else has any announcements, we'll go, Trustee Brandon?
Yes, I would like to express my sincere condolences to the Harvey family. He was a classmate of mine who was just recently killed in the village of Maywood on the south end of town. And so graduated from Advocacy class of 2006, former Maywood resident, was recently killed here in town. So my condolences to his family. My prayers are with you all.
Thank you. All right, 7, Trustee Peppers.
Yes, I'd like to piggyback on what Trustee Brandon said in reference to families and their condolences. The first family is the Nelson family of Maywood. Malcolm Nelson and his father passed. Malcolm was a historic young man here in our community, class of 82, provides East, running back who went to University of Minnesota, and a dear friend and a neighbor. And also, my heart's heavy on this one. Miss Eleanor Miller, former clerk of Maywood. And Mama Miller has passed, 90 years old. Neighbor of mine basically raised me, and may the Miller family have all the prayers and love. Thank you.
Great. So I think before we go into the next line item, we need to do a moment of silence for all the different passings that have taken place. So let's just take a moment of silence before we move on with the board meeting. Thank you. All right. 7, Finance Management Report. 7A, presentation regarding the monthly financial report for the month of February 2022 by Lonnie Satchel, Finance Director. All right, so looking at the monthly financial report, does anybody have any questions for Director Satchel? All right. All right, Director Satchel, thank you so much. All right, and then we'll move on to 8. So 8 takes us into public comment. For a public comment, you come up to the mic. You have 3 minutes to speak. You do not have to give your address, but you do need to give your name. So we'll take the first public comment registration.
Gloria Clay.
I'm going to try to talk loud, but I won't put my mouth on it. So, I had a lot I wanted to say, but I think I'm going to just reserve some of that for later. But I did want to say that Ms. Miller's funeral is going to be April 23rd at the Rock of Ages Baptist Church. As far as I know right now, that's the information that I've been given by her daughter that I talked to today. So it will be April 20, 30 driving late. Another thing is, I don't know who this person is, but this, I got something sent into my doorstep, about 20 copies of this, and I have no idea what it is, but whoever this, Bob Schneider, whoever this is something in regards to the village manager, and I don't like stuff like this being placed in my mailbox, so whoever this is, don't put it in my house anymore. Anything I have to say for or against the village manager, I'm going to see it to her face and not behind her back. So I don't appreciate if nothing like this be distributed, unless the person can really prove who they are and what they're saying is the truth. I don't want anything like this to come into my doorstep anymore. What I would suggest to the board, common sense, whatever it is that we have to do in order to do what's best for this village. And I'm talking about in terms of, don't make everything political. It's time now to stop all the bickering. Don't say, I'm not going to vote for this because I don't like Tony. I'm not going to vote for that because I don't like Booker. I don't like this. Stop.
All right.
Because I'm probably mother everybody up there, probably grandmother too, to everybody, but old man.
Thank you.
My daughter is 66 years old, so I'm sure I'm a mother and grandmother, everybody up here. Stop. It's time that the village needs you to be our eyes and ears and do what's best for our community.
That's
And
right.
if the village manager is the best for our community, then leave her alone. If she's not, and you found some reason that she's not a perfect fit for our community, then do what you have to do.
That's
But
right.
all this bickering and fighting and arguing amongst each other that's happening, we see it. You get somebody don't even want to come to the board meetings anymore because all we hear is arguing and fighting. We don't need to hear that. And as far as the attorney is concerned, if there's reasons why you need to change the attorney, that's your decision to make, not ours and not anybody's but yours. But just be confident knowing you got the best person for the job. I don't know anything about Olson and Stern. I don't know one from another, but I do know that there's been some problems as far as our township and other surrounding towns around us. We may want to take that back
Thank you, Ms. Clay.
and think about it. Because we have had some problems with these people before, so think about what you're
Thank you,
doing
Ms. Clay.
and what's best for the community. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. Still, do what's best for us.
Thank you, Ms. Clay.
Yes. Huh?
Well, no, I don't want to see it.
The what?
Nobody was talking. The pamphlet.
Oh, this
All right, next person.
Yes. Chris Anthony Sharp.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Chris Anthony Sharp, and this is a hard act to follow behind Ms. Clayton, because she said pretty much what I said. I like you all, but I need you all to take care of us and not be friends with the other. Well, I'm going to vote for you because of this, and we're going to... I don't like that. I don't want that. This village was made of people like Sister Miller. She was a clerk here, plus she worked in the water department for years. And what's going on here, I don't understand how one person can run everything and you follow them. It's just like somebody saying, if you don't play the ball the way I want you to play the ball, I'm going to take it and I'm going to go home. You cannot, I'm going to repeat, you cannot expect this village to run because you said, this is what I want. You can't do that. You can't do that. Mayor, you said you were going to call me a week ago. I haven't heard from you. I need to finish taking care of my business. I've got these people calling, and I need to take care of them for Trustee Peppers. We need to do what we need to do. We can't keep dragging our feet, and the people need us. Some people, they're talking about they can't walk, but we can't do anything until you say, okay, we can do this. And this is what we need to do. So the last thing I want to talk about, you talk about these houses. We've got houses that the back part of it is falling off. And we are the only village that looks like we're nothing. Why do you come in our neighborhood and not build it from the ground up, some of them? You just botch it. $300 and some thousand for a botched house. We don't want that. And you, trustees, should be able to stop it. If it's not to be fixed, don't fix it. Take it down and build it from the ground up. We deserve to live in a nice place.
Yes, we do.
We deserve that the people come in and give us nice houses, not a patch here and a patch there. We expect it to be better. We can do just like people in Oak Brook, Oak Park, River Forest. You know, you come and put this little patch here and say, that's good enough, you can move in. And you want $300,000 and $400,000 for a little piece of house that ain't even worth living in. And in a year, I guarantee you, it's going to fall in. Then you're going to be looking for another place to go. Already, you got a mortgage that's still there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Wilson?
No, I changed my mind. You all got it. I got to do some more investigation. Remember the 5 W's and 2 H's. All right? So you all go and do what you're doing. I'll be back. I live here. I pay taxes here. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
I'm looking for the improvements. I haven't seen them. So understand where I'm coming from. So y'all go ahead on and run your thing. I see new faces. I don't know how they got here, but they're here. So you all doing something. I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but you're doing something. So I'll hold on my comment. That's it.
Thanks, Joe.
Dawn Williams?
Dawn Williams, Maywood resident, also a commissioner for the Maywood Park District. It was brought to our attention that the village manager would like to move the mayor's office from 40 East Madison to the 200 building. So the Maywood Park District has an agreement. The village manager needs to honor the contract. The board unanimously agreed to just this February 2022 and leave the 200 building to be managed by the Maywood Park District. Programming is already active, and we have not seen this much programming and partnerships in the Maywood Park District in over a decade. The former mayor's office and community relations manager office can go back to where they were at 125 South Fifth Avenue versus 200 South Fifth Avenue, which is the 200 building. Taking 3 offices on the 2nd floor of the 200 building will be problematic for programming that has already been solidified by our Maywood Park District. The management agreement should not be disrupted. Can the HR office return back to Village Hall? The HR coordinator was already in the executive office where the current CRM currently sits. The mayor can return to the previous mayor's office, and the HR director can take the mayor's current office, which is right over there. The Maywood Park District already has programs to operate at the 200 building, along with partnership initiatives solidified with the following: Loyola Foundation, Oak Park Regional Housing Authority, Westside Justice Center, ex-cons for Community and Social Change, COVID Community Equity Response Collaborative, Loyola CERCL, Provider Partners for Health, Real Food Collective, School District 89, Special Recreation Services, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Jeff Lodge Masons, Eastern Stars, the Playground Legends, DLD for Youth, Mavs Court, White Sox, African American Christian Foundation. The community has asked for more programming from the Maywood Park District, and we decided to give it to them. So now we gotta take a step back because some things are changing at the last minute. That's not fair to the park district. I also wanna say that, Mama Miller was active at our Maywood Park District in our crochet program, right, Mrs. Hall? So to hear her passing, I was not aware. But her and her group of ladies participate in our Maywood program. So we're doing our job. And we've got the agreement that this board signed off on. We already got stuff in place. And we can't go back to our partners and tell them, hey, look, the village decided to do something else. So the space that you all want to have your programs is going to have to be changed at the last minute. We can't do that to our partners. Especially when you all made history, we made history by having all these recreational programs under the Maywood Park District. So please reconsider that decision. Put the mayor's office right over there. You know, please. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I forgot to mention, I think
This way.
I'm sorry,
Man, you know we can't do that.
but okay, but I
You
did
can
forget.
whisper to somebody who else coming up.
Okay.
All right, next person, please.
Director Hall, Maywood Park District.
No, she's already said everything we need to say.
Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon, board. James Moore, 100 block on 16th. Too bad I only got 3 minutes, but my main complaint is 15116. People that stay there is running a 24-hour mechanic shop, towing cars, selling cars. This guy sells more cars than El Pamani Ford. Everything is documented. And like the lady said, I want to stop. I pay taxes here. I want to stop. I work overnight shift. I can't sleep. Towing cars, selling cars. He making more money than El Pamani. It got to stop. It got to stop. I want it to stop. And if I have to go to higher grounds, I will do it. I will call the U.S. Attorney, Quality of me. I'm sorry if I pronounced his name wrong. I need this to stop today. It's ridiculous. The former Mayor Perkins, she shut this guy down 2 years ago. She literally came out and shut him down. He back at it again. I don't know who you know at this village. It got to stop. It got to stop. I have property in Maywood. They don't play this stuff. They don't play this stuff in Maywood. I got property in Maywood. You will not get away with stuff that he's doing. It's a 24-hour operation. And I got a death sign on 1600 block on 16th and Oak. I have a hearing impaired grandson. There's 2 signs up. Deaf children praying. One facing west, one facing east. The one facing east got knocked down 2 years ago. I done came to John West several times. It's not back up now. Stop it. I want things done. I pay taxes. Thank you.
Robert Jones.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Robert Jones. I live in the 2100 block on 11th Avenue. And my concern is with our new waste hauler. LRS came in and they gave us a nice large recycling bin, which helps me out because I do a lot of recycling. Unfortunately, they didn't pick up my waste can. Unless I missed the day, which is Monday. Both my cans were out there, but I heard them pick up the garbage, but my can with the recycling is still out there. So I'd like to voice my dissatisfaction with their performance. They're new on the block, and you would think that they would put forth a positive effort to impress us with their performance. But from my standpoint, I have to give them a D-. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edwina Perkins.
mayor, clerk, trustees, village manager, citizens, concerning the investigation of Mayor Booker and Caucasian attorney Jerusalem. We, the village of Maywood, should first have the village manager to file a complaint against these two people with the correct official, the Attorney General. We can do so that we can be in compliance. The complaint against the Attorney General, he illegally changed the policies of the village of Maywood in 2013. He was not instructed by me, the mayor, nor the village manager to change the process. In 2010 and 2012, he and the previous mayor paid $800,000 to the owner of the building, Willie's home, and the man had only paid $250. And he refused to give me a copy, and I was a trustee. When we applied for the car property on Fifth Avenue, he did not attend the court date. So that's why we are still in court concerning Fifth Avenue and Roosevelt Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one other comment that was brought to the clerk's office, and I'll read it. My name is Otis, and I am a lifelong resident. My concern is the referendum for parking. If the request is to allow renters, private homes that don't have parking, and the new ugly houses without parking, I'm all for it. However, if it's to allow homeowners currently violating parking codes, I am not in favor. Maywood codes were created to protect everyone in this village to ensure we are all treated the same. The village needs to stop trying to pacify a specific group that feels the rules and regulations should not apply to them. The only option I agree with is to strictly enforce the parking codes. I mean, from north to south and east to west of Maywood boundaries. As a matter of fact, all codes should be strictly enforced. And that is all of our public comment.
All right, thank you everyone for your public comment. To answer Ms. Clay, thank you for the information in regards to April 23rd, the drop of ages. Sorry that you're receiving information that you would not like to receive at your home, but thank you for your other comments as well. Ms. Chris Anthony Sharp, you're referring to the handicapped residents information. That information needs to be turned over to the village manager. So please give all information that you have to the village manager. And please direct all calls that you're receiving to the village manager's office. So Ms. Banks has been working to try to schedule a meeting with you, so I'm just waiting to have that added to my calendar. So if you guys want to schedule that today, I am more than happy at any time to speak. But when it comes to confidential resident information, such as government information or hospital information, medical information, that all needs to be dealt with by the village of Maywood. So the village manager's office needs to receive any information that you have and turn that over to the village manager's office so that those residents can be assisted.
I don't have any.
Okay. But you said you're trying
In
to
the
get the
past,
job done.
it's downstairs in the file, under lock and key.
Gotcha. Okay, well, the village manager's office or whomever she works with to get the handicap process in order will be in contact with you in regards to get that information or that key. Who has the key? You have the key, so it is in your possession.
Yeah.
Okay, so the information is in your possession. We want to make sure that it gets into the village of Maywood's possession to make sure that we are operating in our legal responsibilities to make sure that we're covering private information for our residents. So please, if you could turn that key over to Chief Willis, or if you could turn the key over to the village manager, that would be great.
We have to discuss this.
The village manager's office will be in contact with you. All right, Joe, 5 W's, 2 H's.
Who, what, when, where, how much, and why.
Gosh, okay, you had me off.
I know.
Okay, I'm here. All right, received. Okay, Ms. Williams, your message is received in regards to the 200 building. I think that when you look at the Maywood Park District from where it has been over the past decade and beyond, there has never been more programming at the Park District. There's never been more partnerships taking place in the Park District, and there's never been more funding coming into the Park District to provide the programming and resources that all of the residents of the Village of Maywood have been desperately asking for. So again, hats off to the Maywood Park District for providing the services and resources that we have been talking about for over a decade that has been revitalized within the Park District. And the Village of Maywood looks forward to continued partnership and success celebration with the Maywood Park District as we move forward. Mr. Moore will get with the village manager, took the information down in regards to 16th and Oak about the deaf sign not being backed up, so we'll get a follow-up in regards to that. Definitely will look into the 24-hour mechanic shop at 151 16th Avenue. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. If at any time anything like that is taking place, you can always document it in the My Civic app, or you can contact Ms. Banks, our Community Relations Manager, so that she can actually start working on that before waiting for a board meeting. So anytime you have somebody illegally operating a business, or anytime you have a sign that hasn't been placed back up that was knocked down, if you just get with Ms. Banks, our Community Relations Manager, she can start working with the different departments that need to be notified to see how we can rectify that situation. Mr. Jones, I am sorry that your trash was not picked up, but if you could again get with Ms. Banks and give her your address. Mr. Jones. Okay, Mr. Jones. All right, if you could get with Ms. Banks as well and just let her know your address so that we can follow up with them tomorrow. So one of the great things about them being a local Maywood business, they can come out anytime to pick it up. So if it was missed, I'm certainly, they're going to have to charge it to them. They would say charge it to their head, not to their heart. So we'll work as we continue to work on this new process and this new rollout. I'm not sure why it was missed, but rest assured, if you provide your address, she'll make sure that they'll be out there and get that picked up for you. And then I'm also happy that you like to recycle. All right, Ms. Perkins, I'm not aware of anything that took place in 2010, 2012, nor 2013. So thank you for your comments, but that would be something that took place 3 administrations ago that I'm not quite aware of. If you'd like to schedule some time with me to discuss exactly what you're speaking of, Ms. Banks can definitely get that on my calendar and we can talk further about it, but I have no clue what you're talking about. All right, and then for Otis, that was the red comment in regards to the parking. Definitely want to look forward to the conversation once the ordinance and policy committee comes up with their conversation in regards to the referendum. The referendum is more so to get resident feedback because there are so many mixed thought processes when it comes to discussion on what goes on with our parking situation and how to best address it as we move the Village of Maywood forward. So that is all I have for public comment. We'll go into 9, Village President Report. And under the first report, we'll talk about economic development update. So when looking at economic development update, so each month it's a thought process to showcase various things going on within the Village of Maywood that breed economic opportunity and economic development. So in thinking about the first project, this month there was a tour of Aetna Building Solutions. So Aetna Building Solutions was formerly called Aetna Plywood. So now they've added more services to their building. They'll be looking to add additional staffing and additional expansion to their business. So that is one thing that they have been discussing, to be able to close out their office. They currently have a facility in Cicero that they have had staff members. So they will be applying for bringing those staff members out of that lease agreement into the actual Aetna Building Solutions location that's on our St. Charles Road. So it was great to actually do a tour of their facilities and understand that they are way more than just plywood. So they provide cabinet supplies, they provide countertop supplies, they provide wood, they provide they provide different rugs and all different types of things. So in looking at their expansion into new resources and new things that they're providing to the Village of Maywood, as well as business owners who can come up to them and do bulk ordering and pick up bulk supplies, no different than you would go to, say, Home Depot or Menards. You might actually be able to get cheaper services from them. They do have a showroom that provides you the ability to purchase things from them on site in real time. So Aetna Solutions, Building Solutions is them transitioning to Aetna Plywood, and they are at 14th and St. Charles. So if you're thinking about doing expansions or anything like that, you most certainly can go to their showroom and see what their offerings are, because they do provide a variety of different resources to the Maywood residents. We celebrated the opening of Legends Grill this month. So Jeremiah opened up a family restaurant where it's him, his sisters, his mother. They had a great ribbon cutting, providing great food to the residents. He's looking to expand the business and provide more like live jazz music to provide a different ambiance and a vibe to it. So that's off of Main and 5th Avenue, right across from the Metro Station. So that's at 9 North 5th Avenue. So he has your traditional sandwiches, but he also has like stuffed gyros, stuffed Italian beef, like egg roll Italian beef, jerk chicken. He has jerk chicken rolls. He has rice bowls. He has veggie bowls. He has a lot of different options and varieties. He also has a stuffed peach cobbler, so that's really good. But definitely want to make sure that we celebrate businesses that are from the community. Jeremiah is from the Village of Maywood. He's been within the community for years. So we want to support local, we want to support residents, and we want to make sure that this business is here to stay. So if you guys can support, again, Legends Grill at 9 North 5th Avenue. And we also did a tour of Cintas Uniform Services this month. So in looking at Cintas Uniform Services, they provide cleaning services in regards to rugs, mats, uniforms. They actually are Village of Maywood is a client of theirs. This is probably like the cleanest cleaning facility I've ever seen in my life. It's really nice to walk through. One big thing that Cintas Uniform Services is looking for right now are staff. So they are down over 20 staff members. So if you have a resident within the Village of Maywood, or if you have someone outside of the Village of Maywood who needs work, they work around the clock, 24 hours a day, where they provide services of cleaning. So you most certainly can go to Cintas and put in an application. I do know some people that have been hired on the spot because they are in need of different jobs and opportunities that are available. Or you can go to the Cintas website and look at Cintas careers so that they can also provide financial services to those who in need and are in need of a job and employment. So just want to cover, don't want to drag it out, 3 types of things that focus on economic opportunity within the Village of Maywood each month, and those are our 3. Cintas, Legends, as well as Aetna Solutions. All right. With that being said, we're going to go into 9B, which is National League of Cities Congressional Conference. All right, so that just shows the agenda of the National League of Cities Conference that the board just came back from during the month of March. It was, as you guys can see, jam-packed with different information. Each one of us went to different seminars, went to learn about different things. Definitely want to put a focus on that revisioning retail, because that was a very good discussion. During the conference, we received conversations and presentations from not only Joe Biden, our President of the United States, but also from Nancy Pelosi, a Speaker of the House, Pete Buttigieg did a great presentation for transportation in regards to the Infrastructure and Jobs Act that's coming on. Susan Rice definitely focused on the domestic policy of the United States. That was great. And then we also had a great host of other presenters that provided information that realistically, if you weren't there, you couldn't get it. So it was a wealth of knowledge for us to receive as the Village of Maywood, to bring that knowledge and bring those resources back within our residents. This is just showcasing the various different presentations that took place throughout the time, where we had, again, President Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Susan Rice, as well as our new president. We have with the National League of Cities that came in, Mr. Calvin Vince. We also had different conversations in regards to infrastructure and jobs, state and local cybersecurity, building a better America. So building a better America was a great wealth of knowledge and information. It is a 465-page document, but there were multiple different workshops that talked about the various aspects that break down how we as a local municipality can focus on building back our community to focus on helping in the addition of building back a better America. This showcases, so this was actually my first year on the board of directors for National League of Cities. So I am the first person from suburban Cook County in the 100 years of the National League of Cities to actually be in existence, to serve on the board of directors, and they gave a jam-packed schedule of different things to do and be involved with. As a part of being on the board of directors, I also work with the membership committee, the Community Council for Youth Education and Families, the first tier suburbs, and then also serve on the executive board for the National Black Caucus for local elected officials. So it was jam-packed information in regards to the National League of Cities that took place. What you see on the bottom left-hand corner was when we as a board of directors actually received a live feed from what's going on in Ukraine from their president. So we definitely did a policy and we did an announcement of support in regards to the things that are taking place in Ukraine. I'm sure everybody's been watching the news. So that's been huge. There were other topics that were focused on, talking about housing, economics, workforce development, and again, infrastructure. But it was a great part of providing best practices, providing information in regards to what other towns and what other communities have been doing and focusing on with their American Rescue Plan Act funding. So as we look forward to rolling out our community survey, also looking at best practices that other communities have implemented to allow for funding to be put out. We had conferences, we had collaboration, we had community, we had a great time throughout the National League of Cities Conference. We look forward to utilizing the tools that we pay for. So we pay for the National League of Cities Conference membership. We want to make sure that we're actually going to those conferences, bringing that information back to the Village of Maywood so that we can all make sure that we're implementing things that help the community prosper. Other things that were being discussed, we're talking about smart mobility, focusing on our communities being a smart city, what we can do with our technology advancements, how we can apply some of the infrastructure funding that's coming to the Village of Maywood in a federal, state, and county level. So those are big things that were discussed as well. The Hill Day was a big day where all the elected officials are to speak with their state and federal elected officials that are within the Capitol building. So we met with Senator Duckworth. Her team and office were phenomenal, gave a slew of resources and information that we can activate within the Village of Maywood. Congressman Davis has been a great fighter for the Village of Maywood. During our discussion, we talked about the $620,000 that he got for youth engagement and youth development for the Village of Maywood that will be taking place with as soon as those funds are released. He also talked to us about the $1.5 million additional that he got to fully fund the Washington Boulevard project. So we look forward to celebrating that as soon as those funds are released. And then Senator Durbin talked very heavily in regards to our infrastructure thought process, focusing on our mental health and health and wellness and health and well-being. During his conversation with us, we talked a lot about lead service lines. As we know, lead service lines is a big issue here within the Village of Maywood. If we took care of all of our lead service lines, it'd be over a $60-70 million project that we have to take underweight, but I know Bill will find us some money and get that done to the best of his ability. We also had great discussion in regards to this focus on being regionally minded. So what you see in the picture are the mayors within the western suburbs and the south suburban region. So in the conversation at the conference, we were with the mayor from Oak Park, Broadview, Bellwood, Rockford, Dalton, and University Park, as well as, you don't think about it, just not thinking. And then another thing to note, when we were talking with Congressman Davis, we did have great conversation in Hanover Park. We did have great conversation in regards to focusing on health as a whole. So as you guys know, we're doing the feasibility study in regards to potentially bringing a federally qualified health center here to the village of Maywood. So we'll be doing workshops with IFF, Lawndale Health Center, as well as Congressman Davis's office later this month. So I'll be able to report back on that more next month in the monthly report of what's taking place in conversation in regards to our federally qualified health center. And other than that, I just wanted to showcase from a picture standpoint and talk to and speak to what we learned within the National League of Cities Conference. Open floor if any of one of the trustees wants to add to what I just spoke on. Mayor, Trustee Sanchez.
Well, I don't know if you forgot, but you didn't mention when we were meeting Senator Duckworth, she gave us a plethora of websites for refurbished products that we can use in the village, whether it be laptops or even, I believe she said police furniture, actual uniforms and tasers and all this stuff. So granted, they might be a little outdated, but you know, these are leads that we might want to look into for future reference.
Man.
All right, Trustee Brandon.
Yes, so I just wanted to highlight some major pieces and just to talk to the residents about what this means for the village of Maywood. So attending the conversation where Pete Buttigieg talked about a lot of money that's going to be available for direct payments to specifically municipalities. One of the things that I've already talked to the village manager about is establishing a team to be prepared to apply for some of the funding. One of the other major pieces that he talked about is investing in your roads and infrastructure and transportation. And so one of the conversations that have already started and what we have to prepare ourselves for is this conversation has been around for a long time, but it has rebirthed itself in regards to transportation. So one of the major things that we're talking about is the expansion of the Blue Line to Manheim Road. So we have to start preparing for what does that mean for the village of Maywood, how do we tap into that expansion, and how do we be future focused when it relates to economic development and developing around the First Avenue corridor. So this just brings back this conversation that's been happening for probably over the past 2 decades, as far as I can go back and remember, when we were talking about looking at continuing to develop around First Avenue. So there is conversation in this whole infrastructure and transportation improvement to expand the Forest Park Blue Line to Manheim Road, and it's important for us to be future focused on what that looks like for the village of Maywood. There was a whole lot of conversation. I highly appreciated Mayor Eric Adams from New York, who's the new mayor that was elected, around investing in human infrastructure. We talk a lot about investing in physical infrastructure, our roads and our streets, but what about our residents? And what that means is looking at how we can assist our residents with the opera fundings that we receive, not only from a temporary perspective, but things that are going to make a long-term impact in our community. So things that can make a long-term impact is helping our residents invest in their properties. If our seniors are in need of roof replacement or porch replacement or facade replacement, those things have an overall impact on our entire community, and it helps us to be able to attract developers as they are traveling at all types of hours throughout the village of Maywood. And it goes back to that whole saying of you must have community development before you have economic development. So taking serious tone to making sure that we invest within our residents as well. So those are some of the major takeaways that we must be diligent, remain focused, and remain on task with making sure that we're prepared to receive these dollars as they're going to be flowing around, and making sure we think future focus in regard to this expansion of the Blue Line to Manhattan Road and developing around that particular corridor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other trustees? All right. So with that being said, we'll go into 9C. So 9C is a conversation in regards to asking for a request for a proposal. We're dealing with our grocery store that has been blighted and abandoned that the Village of Maywood currently owns. In thinking about the request for proposal, there have been healthy conversations in regards to the grocery store, and there are a couple of different interested parties that would like to continue the conversation in regards to the possibility of opening an actual grocery store in the grocery store, not a different type of venue at the grocery store, but an actual grocery store. So when thinking about we don't know what we don't know, but we do know positive conversations have been had, the thought process is to go into request for proposal where we would approve the request for proposal later in the month of April at our next board meeting, and then go into a pre-bid conference and tour of the building thought process with bringing businesses into the Village of Maywood to actually be able to tour the facility, have conversations about the facility, be able to talk to the community development department, but actually put a heavy focus in regards to bringing a grocery store back into the grocery store that the village owns. Looking at proposals being due, the proposals thought process would be that they would be due sometime in the month of June. After getting the proposals, those proposals would go to the Planning and Development Committee for meetings where they would meet with the Community Development Department as well as the chair and co-chair for Planning and Development. Following that, based on what the different businesses are asking, we're an enterprise zone, we're an opportunity zone, we're in a TIF district. We have different incentives that we can provide, and each business and each entity is going to ask for different types of things. So we want to make sure from a planning and development standpoint with the Community Development Department that it is a good deal for the Village of Maywood, and then transition that over to the Financial Accountability and Government Transparency Committee. From that standpoint, actually looking at the deal and making sure that it's a win-win for the business, and financially making sure that it's a win-win for the Village of Maywood. From that standpoint, it will come out of the actual committees into committee as a whole to discuss, and then we as a village board will go ahead and place a final vote on. So just looking for the thought process and going into a request for proposal, because there are different people that are interested, but I want to make sure that we broadcast it out and do a full press release in regards to attracting any and every grocer that may be in the thought process of having a business brought to the Village of Maywood, to make sure that we've left no stone unturned. Trustee Brandon.
Yeah, so I would like to, before we move forward with this, to hear an update from the realtor who's promoting the property, to see how there's been any feedback. I know what we did, I believe that was almost 2 years ago, was bring down the asking price for the particular property. We were at $700 and something thousand, then we brought it down to $300 something thousand, $350,000, $40,000, somewhere around that number. So I just wanted to see like the folks who recharge to promote this property, what is the energy like and what are they doing? So I'd like to hear feedback from them, and then hear feedback from staff. I know we have our new director, President, Mr. Ruben Feliciano, to get his eyes on it as well, and hear some input as far as some creative ways you can get across, because we're marketing the property now, right? And so we have a company that the village selected to market the property. We haven't heard from them throughout this whole time frame. We know that there was some interest for this particular grocery store. We heard from, I believe it was a Family Dollar and Dollar Tree, wanted to do something with the particular property. They wanted to split it up and have two stores at the location. But we didn't think that would be appeasing. We were looking for something better from the residents. So just to be able to hear from the realtor that is charged with helping to promote, helping to market this property, to see if there's any signs of hope to get somebody into the grocery store is what, I would be interested in, and then hearing from Mr. Ruben Feliciano in regards to what his insights on the matter is.
Mayor? Trustee Sanchez.
Actually, Mr. Feliciano has a good hawk eye. He brought to my attention that there is a significant typo in the RFP. So he has definitely reviewed this, and the typo is the fact that the corridor is
which page?
Labeled, I believe it's page 2, as B2 General Business Retail District, and it should be C2.
Gotcha.
So
That's a simple fix.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
That's the only error that we're talking about. Again, we would have to vote on this. This is discussion purposes. So in thinking about it, again, to your point, trustee, we've had a business for a couple of years trying to advertise the business. There have been interest, but nothing that actually came to the table as a contract. So when we're thinking about there is interest right now, and there's buzz talking about it right now, when we say we're advertising it, to the best of my ability, I don't see how it's heavily being advertised. I see that if somebody looks up the address, they can see that it's for sale, but there is nothing that the Village of Maywood is hosting a community event to provide you a tour and talk about a bid conference and what that will look like to provide your best bid, so that when you bring all the businesses in, we're talking about, let's do that collectively to talk about how do we as a village push to get the grocery store. We say we need a grocery store, we say we want a grocery store. Sometimes you have to take things into your own hands. So in taking things into your own hands, we do have a new director of community development, we do have a new board, we do have new committees. So let's put the Village of Maywood's best foot forward and not necessarily look at what a business that for a couple of years has been trying to sell it, but let's make sure that we're doing our due diligence and putting our best foot forward in regards to touring the facility, getting people out for a big day, really pushing that the Village of Maywood is open for business and trying to get this building established as a grocery store. You have some people who think that they want to turn it into a warehouse, some people who think that they want to turn it into a banquet hall facility, but realistically, we do have people who are interested or are intrigued about the opportunity of making it a grocery store again, and they would love to, I would love to see multiple offers, love to see what multiple businesses are thinking about in regards to what they could do and want to do for the building without us consistently each month looking at multiple different types of thought process. If we go through the actual RFP bidding process and look at all of the proposals and say maybe we come down to the top 2, they get discussed in the committee as a whole for a vote, I think that that would be a great way to showcase to businesses we are not just resting on a real estate agent, but we are truly as a village trying to get a grocery store established in this environment. Trustee Brain.
Yeah, and the other concern, the building has been vacant for I don't know how long. So when you talk about walking someone through a building that has not been reviewed or walked through or touched or anything of that nature, is something that probably needs to be investigated as well, of what type of work is needed on our end to even get the space to a level where we can walk anybody through. Because we don't know the condition of the building before we even get to that part. I think that, making sure that the building is safe and sound and things of that nature. So just another concern in regards to this. But this will be sent to a committee to review, Promise Committee.
Yes, so
all right.
That's what he said.
So I can say I definitely have walked through the grocery store more than once. So it is safe to walk through. The gentleman who is showcasing the building definitely has showcased it to multiple people. They've led them onto the roof. They've walked them through the entire facility. I've walked through the entire facility more than one occasion. So the reality is it is a safe environment to walk people through and to view and envision and visualize the possibilities for the grocery store. While it has been empty, there were significant renovations put into the grocery store facility, so it's not that it's hazardous or unsafe to walk through. You can walk through the first floor, you can walk through the second floor, you can walk the roof, you can walk the back way, you can walk into the fridges. It's safe and clean to walk through. So you most certainly can showcase it. And as you said, going to committee, the thought process would be the proposals would go to the Planning and Development Committee and then go to the Financial Accountability and Government Transparency Committee. So in looking at the RFP that we're looking at, that will go to the Community Development Department, that will go to the legal team to make sure that it is a good quality RFP to put out. That will go from a Community Development Department showcasing what it would look like to do a full spread of we are truly open for business, to try to get the community to buy into, businesses to buy into bringing a grocery store on board. So that's where the thought process is. Trustee Reyes-Comer?
At our meeting, we were visited by the zoning and planning chair, and she is willing to work with us, just like the gentleman that came to the last meeting as well. So for the
Chairman of the Chamber of Commerce.
thank you.
Oh, Tom.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And so, with us being collaborative and working with these people, I think that we should, move in the right direction and what we're looking for, the type of businesses we're looking for to go in that property. So, I think, like you had mentioned, it's going to go to my committee, and we'll touch base with all the other commissions.
Great. Does anybody have any other comments, questions, or concerns?
Mayor,
Trustee Sanchez?
I think this is what the community has been screaming at us for quite some time. And it's a great first step that we're taking to hopefully have a grocer provide groceries for us, for this community. I'm all forward for the RFP.
Yeah, great. So we look forward to it at some point, making sure that we actually vote and get some dates laid out. Like as you can see in the proposal, there's no definitive dates laid out for things, just some thought processes and some months. So if we can get some definitive dates and work that out, I think that would be great. All right, so we'll move on to 9D. And where's Marvin? Okay. So we're going to look at the monthly newsletter and then discuss some department monthly reporting. Look at your inbox.
slideshow. And we did
Okay, so in looking at the monthly community newsletter, just showcasing that we did have our Elements of a Healthy Maywood event that took place, where we focus on 12 different components of what will prosperously move the village of Maywood forward. So that event was well attended. We'll be looking to roll out more conversation, more initiatives, and more thought processes, focusing on all 12 different initiatives. We talked about the Legends opening, fun things going on at the Park District, as well as in the newsletter we talked about the Chicagoland Carjacking Task Force, which we are also down within our carjackings being worked on. There's also a monthly what's going on in the community that will continue to go out to our residents. We talked about LRS as a company that's coming in. We also looked at, for the first quarter, how our scores have really went down. And again, our robberies are at 0 for this year, and homicides are at 0 for this year. So that's really great for the Maywood Police Department. Just want to highlight that. There was a drug bust that caught firearms as well, so it's highlighting that arrest that the Maywood Police Department has made to be more heavy in regards to that, as well as highlighting that Chief Willis and the team joined the vehicular task force for the Chicagoland area, and with working with that task force, it's really provided us resources and more access to things to better get a hold of what's going on with these carjackings happening around the metropolitan Chicago area. I talked about Aetna Solutions and Cintas already. We talked about the Willie Wilson Give Back. We also had a job fair. So within the job fair, it was very beneficial to our residents, a lot of businesses who are in need. We have businesses like First Student, National Cycle definitely have over 20 positions that are available. First Student has positions that are available. Cintas and Aetna has positions that are available. So we really do have a lot of opportunity to walk from work within the village of Maywood. We just need people to apply to those opportunities and present those opportunities to our residents. The Wintrust Bank will be rolling out a business facade micro loan program. So that's for business improvement that they'll be providing up to $150,000 minimum in regards to restoring, renovating, and providing business sustainability. So look out for that because they will be having a breakfast discussing that. We discussed various unity in the community aspects. One great thing that I want to talk about is the partnership with PASO, which is the West Suburban Action Project. They are providing ESL classes to our residents. They are providing Spanish assistance to all of our Spanish-speaking residents. And each fourth Wednesday at the Maywood Park District, they are meeting with our residents where we have a session that is in full Spanish, and I'm there getting translated to the different things that are concerns of residents who are not full Spanish speaking. So we'll be rolling that meeting out more to residents, but they come, they voice their thought processes, and we come up and try to find various different solutions. The photos below are also talking about the elements of the Healthy Maywood that we talked about. Tomorrow, there will be a Community Advocacy and Violence Prevention Summit at Loyola. That summit will take place from 8:30 in the morning to 12:30 in the afternoon, where they will have statistical data focusing on what they see coming into Loyola when it comes to community advocacy and violence for the Prevention Summit. So that, again, is tomorrow at Loyola, and it's a 4-hour session. We talked about community infrastructure updates. A lot of times we say that there's not a lot going on within the village of Maywood as far as construction, but in the newsletter we discuss our storm sewer systems, our water main improvements, our asphalt pavements, our concrete pavements, our drainage improvements, our combined water system improvements, as well as our alley improvements. So it's a wealth of knowledge in regards to actual projects that have been taking place within the village of Maywood, and we'll continue to share projects of infrastructure and growth and development that take place within the village of Maywood. We will be having a meeting focusing on Maywood Housing Collaborative. So that will be Tuesday, April 2nd at 10 a.m. And that'll be at the Life and Recreation Center. During that time, we'll be talking about rental issues, land bank opportunities, realtor obstacles, abandoned homes, delinquent tax issues, and more. This conversation and collaborative came from, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the last board meeting, there were like 3 different realtors that came to discuss different issues. So they want to share that they have other realtors that have those similar thought processes. So the conversation is, how do we, as well as we collaborate and work with the Cook County Land Bank, how do we proactively collaborate and work with the realtors the same way that we work with the land bank? So coming up with different conversations, looking at from their perspective, and coming up with great solutions. Look out for April 9th, which will be the Easter egg hunt at the Maywood Park District, which is this Saturday. And that will be at the Central Park on 9th and Madison, and that will be at 10 a.m. sharp. The Spring Fling Dance, that's for families, will be actually April 14th, not April 7th. That will be from 6 to 8 p.m., and that will be at the 9th and Madison Avenue building. On Thursday, April 21st, we'll be having a Maywood Business Improvement and Investment Breakfast, and that's going to be powered by Wintrust Bank. So that's a great opportunity for businesses to come and learn how to be more sustainable, how to be a better business, and how to make sure that we're celebrating them for years to come. We celebrated the opening of Allure Hair Studio Salon this month. We also spoke about Legends, and we also celebrated Kingston Caribbean and African Grocery, where they did an expansion. So before they were in a small storefront, now they've expanded into a grocery market where they have double the amount of grocery space. They also have food for sale now, so they sell hot food where you can get different Caribbean and African delicacy. And then they also have a smoothie shop in the back as well. So we want to make sure that we're supporting local, we're promoting local. One of the big things that we're focused on when it comes to youth development is career and life readiness. And looking at career and life readiness, the Exploring program will have a youth and family night on Saturday, April 16th. That's from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. At this showcase, you'll have different businesses and different entities that showcase arts and humanities, aviation, business, communications, engineering and technology, fire and EMS, healthcare, law and government, law enforcement, recreation, science, skilled trades, and social services. So there'll be different tables set up to showcase how the youth program that are for ages between 13 and 20 can go into career and life readiness exploration. So we look forward to as many residents coming out, as many youth coming out to learn about the Exploring program. That'll be a great partnership to make sure we're training up the future leaders of tomorrow. Again, we spoke about Village Pride, Village Wide. That's going to be on April 30th. Again, if you have not registered yet, please go to bit.ly/DPVW 2022. Village Pride, Village Wide is a great opportunity to be involved in your community for community cleanup. So we just want to make sure that we're doing that. PT Man is also now recruiting for youth summer jobs with their 4x4x4 program. So you most certainly can go to the PT Man website. If you have a youth that wants to do summer jobs, they are taking the applications for the youth right now. So it's a great opportunity. Again, we spoke earlier, there was public comment earlier about the different activities and different engagement that's currently taking place within the Maywood Park District. So if you haven't been to the Maywood Park District.org website, again, that's maywoodparkdistrict.org website, please most certainly make sure that you do so that we're sharing in on that information. We spoke about the health fair that will be taking place right after Village Pride, Village Wide. That will be at the Quinn Center, which is on the corner of Baton and 8th Avenue. The Quinn Center will be providing health services and youth activities and resources. Again, when we talk about the Village of Maywood posting positions, we do have positions available in regards to building inspector, HR coordinator, lateral service police officers, part-time police officers, management analyst, revenue manager, as well as zoning officer and planner. So make sure if you have not been to the Village of Maywood HR employment area, if you are interested in being employed by the Village of Maywood, that you please make sure that you take advantage of those opportunities. While we are preparing and getting ready for what our new normal is in regards to the pandemic, we still have offerings from the COVID Equity Response Collaborative, Loyola, where if you need assistance in regards to testing or you need assistance in regards to receiving your shots or your booster, you can most certainly call them. If you have any questions to schedule an appointment, call 708-316-8882. Again, speaking in regards to My Civic, as we're rolling out of the winter season and going into spring and summer, please download the My Civic app. You can download the My Civic app simply by going to the Play Store or to the App Store and typing in the Village of Maywood. When you type in the Village of Maywood, you can download the app. And we have to focus on if you see something, say something. We don't have to wait until a board meeting to do something about what we're seeing and what we're witnessing. So we want to make sure that we're documenting these things because each of our department heads are reviewing these. They're discussed at our department head meetings where we're making sure that they're closed out and being taken care of. So anytime you guys have an opportunity, please make sure that you're reporting those issues so that we can take care of them prior to waiting for a board meeting. Lastly, speaking in regards, again, when we talked about the Willie Wilson, so Homeland Security and Emergency Management Team is up, alive, and willing and ready. In order for you to be that, it's a volunteer opportunity for you to get back to the community. You must be at least 18 years of age, successfully complete a background check, and you must have a valid Illinois driver's license. So if you are interested in being a part of the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Team, please call 708-829-1111. In thinking about other things that we're trying to add to the newsletter to make sure that we're providing information to residents, we are looking to add and have conversation in regards to monthly reporting from all of our different department heads. So once we get the various different information from our department heads, we'll be able to provide that information in the monthly newsletter to make our residents aware of the different things that are going on and taking place. So we'll have different information, be featuring different information from our building and code department, from our fire department, police department, getting police updates and reports in regards to where we were in the past versus where we're going today, and then as well as our public works department, so that residents are in the know, more of celebrating things that are taking place within our community, while at the same time being aware of those things that are moving the village of Maywood forward. One of the great things that we've been doing, so we used to do twice a year mailer to our residents. What we're looking at right now is we have a great opportunity by expanding into the community. We have partnerships that are coming in from various different entities, from our governing bodies, as well as organizations that are here in the village of Maywood that would like to participate and fund to make sure that we're doing a monthly mailer as well as a digital mailer to our residents. So even though we have within the $30,000 in the budget for the newsletter, to do a monthly mailer is more about $80,000-$85,000, but there are enough community partners that are in place where we can actually get that funded without raising the fund within the budget, but making sure that we're working collaboratively with our community engagement partners to make sure that we are getting that newsletter out on a monthly basis. So right now in the budget, the newsletter is currently under the village manager's budget line item. That village budget line item was there because in the past, we all know that the newsletter was actually created by Miss Tina Valentino, who publishes the neighborhood newsletter for that out of Melrose Park. We have no longer been using her for a year now. So with no longer using her, we definitely reduced the budget of the newsletter from what we used to pay her out. And then the previous administration, there used to be, we would pay somebody to write all the messaging for all of our departments and different things like that. And I think showcasing the fact that we've been able for a year to showcase the newsletter in a positive way and make sure that residents are aware of what's going on. Just looking to move that line item of 30 over to the Mayor and Board of Trustees line item so that we can get that $30,000 while we partner with our community partners. We don't want to bog down community engagement and put that on day-to-day operations because all of the community activities that take place as well as the partnerships and community engagement that take place are not a part of day-to-day operations or facilities management. So that's the direction that I'm prayerful that we can move in and go in. And I'm open to any questions or comments.
Mayor.
Trustee Brandon.
Yeah, so let me give some context as to why that particular, the newsletter is under the village's manager's purview. Simply because it keeps the newsletter from being unbiased in regards to what's being communicated. And it also, so the mayor has like a page in it, and then the rest of it is about the operations of the village. Like 99% is about the operational side of the village. So it's an opportunity for the community to be able to understand from the various different departments, whether it be public works, code, or what's happening from the finance department, or what progress is being made from an operational standpoint. It allows for the village manager to be able to communicate those things. And it puts the village newsletter in a space that is not a political space either. So my stance on it, this evening will be it needs to stay there, and it needs to be facilitated by the individual who's charged with the day-to-day operations of the village. So it's not about who was doing it. It has always been placed there, and it has always been placed there for a specific reason, so that the person who's in charge with the day-to-day operations could communicate to the community what is happening from an operational standpoint. So there's a difference. So if the mayor wanted to do, or if any of us wanted to do like our own newsletter or our own thing, we can do that if we wanted to, but just not with utilizing village of Maywood funds or taxpayer dollars to do that. So I think the safest place for it at this current time is for it to remain under the purview of the village manager. And just to add on, this conversation probably needed to go to Trustee Palmer's committee to net and to further investigate the whole idea and to come back to this board with a recommendation. That's the appropriate thing to do, and then we can have a conversation based on what their committee has recommended. But yeah, I think that the safest place for the newsletter, just going off of the conversation that you put on the table, is for it to remain under the village manager's purview, because she's the one who is charged with the day-to-day operations. And I know that we have gotten off track and we're correcting the course that we're on. But the people, I think the people want to hear from, the person who's making the big bucks and the person who's charged with the responsibility of operating the day-to-day operations, and that's Manager Chapter Armstrong. And so, I've been saying this over the course of a couple of the past months, that I'm looking to hear from her in regards to anything pertaining to operations, so that we are correcting, how we are operating, and that we're operating under the right form of government as it relates to how the village of Maywood is set up, which is Article 5 form of government. And so, for me right now, I think that the appropriate thing to do is send it to Plummer's committee, allow her committee to net it, come back with a recommendation, then we can discuss it based on their recommendation. That's where it should go.
Thank you, Trustee, for that. So I would say, unbiasedly, the newsletter, since I become mayor, has been put out monthly by the mayor, not by the village manager. So if there was anything from a bias standpoint, I would have hoped that over the past 11 months that something would have been said before this moment. You guys have had the newsletter as a discussion point in your community engagement committee more than one time. If there was something that came out of that needed to be adjusted in the newsletter, I am more than open and welcome to that. I think what we're looking at is we do put out monthly information from various different departments. When we talked about the leaf cleaning, when we talked about the stickers, when we talked about driver's license replacement removal, when we talk about different ordinances, that is all discussed. If you see a political space in the newspaper over the past 12 months, I would welcome you to point it out, because I have not seen anything, or I make sure intentionally to not put anything political in it. I've made sure that the community newsletter is about the community, and made sure that we're aware of not only what's going on at Village Hall, but what's going on in the community. That's why it's called community news. When you say the village manager should handle it, community engagement and community relations are not day-to-day operations nor facilities management. When you have a community relations manager who works under the mayor and board of trustees line item, this is community relations. So if you have something that you would like to have added as an article, if you have some photos that you would like to have added to the newsletter, if you have commentary that you would like to have added to the newsletter, you work with Ms. Banks. Ms. Banks is the community relations person. So as we're looking at a community newsletter of community relations, the community relations manager is under the mayor and board of trustees, and we've been putting out the newsletter for a year now. We've mailed out the current newsletter in its current capacity of what it is. I'm not sure why it would go to Trustee Reyes Plummer's committee, because it's not an ordinance nor is it a policy. So we don't have a policy nor ordinance. And as I've said, in the Community Engagement Committee, you've had it on your committee multiple times. So if there was a problem or an issue, I would have hoped that you would share that with Ms. Banks so that when we're putting out the newsletter, it's done. Again, a community newsletter for the community is not day-to-day operations. Again, the manager's office never created the newsletter. The manager's office never put together the newsletter. The manager's office did not do the writing for the newsletter. That was done by Tina Valentino as a separate third-party entity. I do not want to be held to the same standard as the previous administration that paid $300 to have a message written for them each time that the message was written. I can write my own messages, and I've been doing so for a year now. So if there were any issues with that, one thing that I have shared with the village manager is we are not the only village manager form of government in the Proviso Township. There are 6 other communities. And I've showcased those newsletters. And in those newsletters, there is no village manager's report. Because from a community relations standpoint, the mayor and the board of trustees are the face of the community. That's who the residents elected. And that's who the residents would like to hear from. Getting the reports in a timely fashion from department heads is something that Ms. Banks would work on the department heads to get those reports and get that information so that we can ensure what's going on at Village Hall is in the newsletter, but it is most certainly not just a what's going on in Village Hall newsletter. It is what's going on in the community. And the community are the people that the residents voted for, which are us as trustees and myself as the mayor to put out that information. But again, I will reiterate, there is no, in the village manager form of government in 6 other communities right here in Proviso Township, not one of them have a manager's message. But the manager's job is to make sure that they communicate with the mayor and board of trustees so that we can get the positive messaging out on top of positive things that take place outside of day-to-day operations and facilities management.
Mayor.
Trustee Brandon.
Yes, I want to thank you for bringing something to my memory as it relates to this whole newsletter. We've been talking about this in our committee meeting for the past couple of months, and it was we were informed that what we were witnessing was being corrected on the village side of things. Simply because you had a new manager who had just recently came into the village, and was still kind of like learning kind of what was under her purview and things of that nature. But as we move forward to correct the course we're on, as you're aware, that's what we're doing in this new space that we're in. We're correcting the course because we were off track. So as we get back on track in regards to how this town and community should be operating, it is for those particular reasons that, first of all, the newsletter should stay where it's at, which is under the village management purview. I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying how we're supposed to be operating. That's what I'm saying, and that's how we should move forward. While we are correcting the course that we're on, I'm happy that we're having this conversation, but it should remain under the purview of the village manager, period, point blank, and we should move forward in that fashion. I appreciate your suggestion about moving it, but it should stay under the village manager because that's our daily operations.
So, thank you for that, Trustee Brandon. The one thing that I will definitely reiterate is there was no monthly newsletter in the previous administration. I created the monthly newsletter. So, in thinking about it from that standpoint, working with our community relations manager to work with staff has been the practice. The newsletter is not day-to-day operations. So, Trustee Brandon, I definitely let you speak.
Okay, we need to move on because people have lives. Yeah,
I understand.
we need to move on.
Discuss that behind.
Again, this is what the committee as a whole meeting is, to have feedback and conversation and
Some
discussion.
feedback is the devil's scheme. You need to sign
No, not on
firm.
the newsletter.
So as we continue to move forward with the community newsletter, I will continue to put out a monthly newsletter in regards to what is going on in the community of the village of Maywood. That will not be changing.
And the manager will put out one on behalf
Can we go to letter E?
So, well, here's the reality. With that being said, that's only one voice, right? So we have to come up with a thought process of how we're going to move forward. So in thinking about it from this standpoint, the trustees need to chime in. The newsletter that was created under this new administration, that works with the community relations manager, that works with the department heads, provides what's going on from a building standpoint of day-to-day operations, and well as with everything that community relations and myself as mayor and us as board of trustees out in the community communicate what's going on in the community for us to put out the monthly newsletter that again did not exist in the past. So definitely need some conversation, thought process.
Can we have I'm sorry, can we have a recommendation for it to go to the engagement committee and then they discuss this?
It's been there. That's something like that's the whole point. It's been there several times. So this is the point.
I think it's the one with the issue.
So that's why so it's one trustee.
No, it was the whole committee.
Okay, so it's two trustees on the committee, correct? So this is why this conversation is happening now. There are two trustees that would like to see a community newsletter become a part of day-to-day operations.
It's already part of day-to-day
It's
operations.
not, Trustee Brandon.
Anything that requires work, let me just help educate real fast. Anything that requires work to be done is day-to-day operations.
So trustees, again, this is when I would like direction to be made. We are literally talking about a community relations communication. When we do press releases, they come from Ms. Banks. When we do newsletters or when we do flyers, they come from Ms. Banks. When we talk about our social media, they come from Ms. Banks. Ms. Banks is under the Mayor and Board of Trustees budget line item, and the $30,000 for newsletter needs to fall under that as well, because they do not go into day-to-day operations. They come from the Mayor and Board of Trustees line item. Everything that we communicate to the community is information that we have been provided from day-to-day operations. So for us to be in the know and share with our residents, it's like we as a board have to take care of the village manager so she can take care of the internal guests, which are our employees. At that time, yes.
Can we go to the next subject?
Well, so we're just stuck. Like this is not ever going to be a conversation because there's no direction being given.
So I like to go with Trustee Plummer's suggestion to have the conversation. We'll have a formal recommendation on, because you're looking to make an adjustment to the budget. You're looking to change it from where it is now to, or to be clear.
We're moving a line item. It's not an adjustment to the budget.
Or you're moving a line item. So I recommend that we have a formal discussion. We'll make a formal recommendation, but let's just.
So you guys want to put it back as
Yes,
Trustee just said, it's been there for months.
Yes.
You're going to put it back there for months again.
Correct.
Okay, I will continue the monthly newsletter, as I said. All right, so with moving on, we're at, so 9E, discussion for the ordinance in regards to hiring a village board legislative council. I'm actually going to pull that because I'm still waiting for the actual contract to come from Odelson and Stark. So while we have a letter of engagement, there is actually no contract that we have for the board to consider, to look over, to talk about, discuss, and approve. So I'm going to hold that conversation to be a part of that conversation at the same time. So I'll pull that. So we'll go to 10, Village Manager Report. 10A, Introduction of Village Attorney Felicia Frazier.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that when I was invited to come to work here in Maywood, I wanted to be here because this community is reflective of me. And Ms. Clay spoke tonight about being old enough to be most of our mothers. I look at you all as being old enough to be my parents. And so when decisions are made, I make them under careful consideration. And I understand that there's concern about change. Anytime you have a change in administration, there's going to be growing pains. As you all have witnessed over the last 9 months, we are having growing pains. We have new people on the board. We have people that have never governed before. And it's been a lot of push and pull. Over the last several months, I have attempted to resolve several matters and to no avail. I am not going to speak in the public space about specifics because it's not honorable, it's not professional. And so what I'm going to tell this community is that a number of things have transpired with the mayor and the former attorney, and I was no longer able to move forward and work in the capacity with the attorney. As a result of that, I appointed an attorney, which is under my purview. Appointment powers under the statutory manager of government is defined in the Illinois compiled statutes, 65, section 55-3 through 7, and there's different forms of government. Where I came from, I was a strong mayor, so I appointed all the department heads, I appointed the engineer, I appointed the attorneys. We are in a statutory manager form of government. And it says that in a statutory manager community, a number of powers reserved to mayors under other types of municipal government are transferred to the village manager. This shift of power includes certain appointment powers. It further defines that under the Maywood statutory manager form of government, the village manager has the legal authority to appoint the following: all department heads, auxiliary police officers, the village treasurer, the village attorney, and the engineer would be under that as well. So I want you all to know that I was never, I addressed appointments with the mayor when I first was having conversations about coming on board. He took the liberty of retaining the former attorney. Again, because of issues that have happened over the last 9 months that this board is fully aware of, they have been informed in executive session. I trust that they're going to do their due diligence to appropriately address these issues. But meanwhile, we still have to get day-to-day operations done. We still have to provide service to this community. So I had to appoint an attorney, and that's what I did. She has been very gracious, sitting here waiting. We've been kind of rude, talking for a couple hours and not introducing her. So I'm going to introduce her now. Her name is Felicia Frazier. She is a resident of Proviso Township and has been for the last 17 years. She is affiliated with Olson, Sturk, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath out of Evergreen Park. That's where their firm is located. And she was the first woman and African-American partner in her law firm. In 2018, she was 1 out of 4 inductees of the top women lawyers in leadership in Illinois. 2019, she was honored as one of Crane's Chicago Notable Women Lawyers. In 2021, she was recognized by Chicago Lawyer Magazine as one of the top 50 women in law. Her firm works with over 20 municipalities and other government entities. So they work with forest preserves, school districts, other government entities as well. They did serve as legal counsel with me for 2 years in the city of Kankakee. They helped me establish TIFs. We adopted the cannabis ordinance. And they also helped me bring to justice a consultant that stole $2 million from taxpayers in the city of Kankakee. He was federally indicted and sentenced last year. Again, the firm is based in Evergreen Park, and I have negotiated reduced rates for the village of Maywood. And I will turn it over to Felicia Frazier at this time. Women's History Month is over, but I'm proud to have her join our team and to work with us to move Maywood.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you for having me here. I appreciate it. I actually appreciate the opportunity. And I did want to correct, everyone keeps saying Odelson Sturk. I worked hard to get my name there, so it is Odelson Sturk, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath. I am a named partner. I am the managing partner of the firm. We have 22 attorneys, and so I do manage those attorneys. I am head of our labor and employment, and I represent school districts with special counsel, special state's attorneys for Will County, DuPage County, and in my former life, I was an assistant state's attorney for Cook County, where I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I was the first year of my courtroom, was depressed with the cases that I saw there, wasn't moving fast enough to felony review, and so I left. Ended up here, and I love what I do. I also want to say, and I'm not bragging, but I am good at what I do. I have been in this business for 20 years, and our firm, we do everything from TIFs to commercial real estate deals, labor and employment, school districts, PTAB, you name it, we do it. So we are a very qualified firm. Yes, we did represent the city of Kankakee when Chastity Wells was the mayor. But I just, ask for you to consider the following. If you're in a home and you have an interior decorator and you love what she's done to your home, and you decide to move and you want an interior decorator, what is wrong in saying, that person did a great job on my other house, so you know what? I think I want to use them. I am honored that she thought of me and my firm and said, hey, we need an attorney, come over here. We represent over 20 municipalities: Madison, Markham, Calumet Park, Marionette Park. I could go down the line, but I go down the line to tell you that we will always, I cross paths with many people because this is a small community, and you inevitably will meet people who are moving from one municipality to another. I don't apologize for my qualifications. I will never apologize for my qualifications because I worked hard to get where I am. I came from a single family, grew up on the south side of Chicago. Like I said, I am in the Proviso Township. I've lived here for 17 years. I could move anywhere that I want. I love my community, and I love working in my community. And I just want to say thank you. As for a contract, Mayor, attorneys don't have contracts. They have letters of engagement because we're employment at will. The manager can get rid of us at any time in a manager form of government, and we could say to the manager, you know what, we don't want to do this anymore. If it was a strong mayor form of government, the mayor could say, you know what, attorney, we don't want you. There's no contractual service between the attorney and the municipality. It's literally just a letter of engagement where you outline the services that you'll provide, and then you outline the rates for those services. So I don't know, I've never in my 20 plus years have ever had a contract for our attorney services with any municipality, school district, township, park district. We've never done that. So that's not something you'll see from our firm. You will only see the letter of engagement, which I do believe has been given to you. I do want to say though too that when working with Chastity, she was definitely a fierce advocate, but I always found her very honest and very transparent, and that's what I did respect about her. And so I'm not trying to sell her to you. I'm just simply saying that yes, I do know her. That's not a secret because, as she stated, we were the village council for the city of Kankakee, and I think she appreciated what we did. But I do, it's not like she's bringing someone in who's a first-year law student who does real estate law and she's trying to figure out if this is the right thing. I'm experienced at what I do. My firm is very experienced at what we do. And if you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask. Thank you, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me just say this, in regards to claims being made, I look forward to dealing with the defamation of character claim as soon as possible, and we'll deal with that. Even though you have legal authority to appoint, this board does approve budgets. This board does approve payment. The village manager does not approve payment. The village manager does not approve actual services. So for me, we as a board have not discussed Olson and Stirk as well as the other names that come along with it, as well as Ms. Frazier. This is not about Ms. Frazier. This is about a village board. We didn't take the liberty to hire Kleinthorpe and Jenkins. Kleinthorpe and Jenkins have been a law firm with the village of Maywood for 4 different mayors. So it wasn't that we took a vote or anything like that. It was we trusted the legal firm that's been with us, that has consistently cut their billing, that has consistently, even this past fiscal budget, we cut $100,000 in spending out of their budget line item. So it becomes abrupt when, without professional cause for a firm that provides legal services across the board for more than 20 years to the village of Maywood, to be let go, and we as a board receive an email about it. Not a discussion in closed session, not a discussion to the public. We received an email that they were being let go before an investigation has even taken place. And we also received an email that that we were taking on Olson and Stark without any village discussion or any board discussion. The discussion of, are we going to put out a request for a proposal to look at all law firms that may be interested in serving the village of Maywood, was not done. So when we talk about transparency, I think one of the issues are when we look at positions that have been filled without due diligence of looking outside and posting positions and having them vetted and just bringing on attorneys with no conversation and no discussion whatsoever, lacks that transparency that we're looking for. So I look forward to a conversation with you, Ms. Frazier. I am not trying to come against you whatsoever. It's just the thought process of, we talk about processes and we talk about how we're going to do things in a more transparent way. And we're talking about righting the ship. We as a board have not discussed this law firm whatsoever. At all. We received an email. So for me, it's like, we do need to have a discussion about it. We do need to discuss what is in the best interest of the village of Maywood, because while I can appreciate the accolades of Ms. Frazier, there are some concerns that I do have about Olson and Stark. When you look at, although Ms. Frazier is great in her accolades, and it's not to take away from her, Olson and Stark were a part of School District 89. They're not there anymore. Olson and Stark was a part of School District 209. They're not there anymore. If you look within the last 12 months, Olson and Stark was a part of the village of Robbins. They're not there anymore. Olson and Stark are in legal battles right now with elected officials in Calumet City. They're in legal issues with people in Dalton. And I've received some of the mayors that even Ms. Frazier mentioned I've received calls from with caution for Olson and Stark. So when I say I would like to have a discussion with the board about what's best for the village of Maywood, we live here. The village manager lives in Bolingbrook. So for me, if we're going to get rid of a $500,000 contract and bring on another one, the board in transparency should be a part of that conversation, and we were not. And that is all I'm thinking about in talking about this.
Can I please say something to that?
Yes,
in
Ms.
all
Frazier.
fairness, with all due respect, Mayor, that's not fair, because when administrations change, I have been on both ends of this. I have been the person that's been kicked out, and I've been the person that's sitting where I am today. When administrations change, when elections change, it's inevitable. So to say that, we were in 89, we were in 209, yes, we were. But when elections happen, people want to bring their own people, just like you want to keep your own attorney. You don't want another attorney. I don't take this personal because I've been on both sides. But it's not a fair statement to say that we were kicked out of somewhere, and that means that somehow that goes to our character.
I said you're no longer there, and it brings concern. That is my
But
feeling.
now we're in a lot of places. You mentioned Robbins. Robbins asked us to leave and then just asked us to return in an email. And that's my point. It's not fair to speak to things that you're not 100% sure of what the facts are. That's not fair because it goes to the character of my firm, because my name is on outside on the awning, so it goes to the character of my firm. And I don't think it's fair for anyone to make assumptions about anything dealing with OSMFM if they haven't had that personal experience. And that's just what I'd like to say.
And I hear you. And again, I'd just like the board to have discussion about it. It could be in closed session, but there needs to be a discussion about it. There was no discussion about it whatsoever. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
And I don't want to keep going back and forth, but we received the email.
Mayor, can we go back to the
So,
manager's report?
all right, so we will go to 10B, village engineer.
Okay, so yes, if I can finish my report, thank you. So there are not many law firms that have municipal experience. There are very few that do that. As you know, all doctors don't do brain surgery. There's different practices. It's the same thing with law. So I was very careful with that consideration. I also had conversations with several board members expressing my concerns after I disclosed in executive session what has transpired over the last 9 months. Furthermore, the statute does not require that you bid out consulted contracts. There are professional services identified in the statute where you are not required to bid out contracts. and that includes attorneys, engineers, and others are listed. I am confident in this firm. I trust this firm. I trust the work that they've done for me and the residents in where I'm from in my hometown, and I trust that they will continue to provide great service here as well. And experienced leaders know that when administrations change, it's not unusual for the new administration to bring in their own team. I mean, it's not unusual at all. That's very common. Moving on to item B, village engineer.
Manager, I'll do the.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
10B, village engineer, resolution that needs to be submitted for the Federal Surface Transportation Program. Village manager, Wells Armstrong.
Thank you. I just had one last thing, Bill, before you talk. You all can have conversations and discussion, and I respect that, but at the end of the day, it's still under the purview of the manager to make the appointment. Bill, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Board.
Good evening.
This is an informational discussion item tonight with the goal of having a resolution approved at the next board meeting. This item is also listed in duplicate in item E of new business, if you'd like to see the attachments as well. We're talking about the 2022 call for projects for the Federal Surface Transportation Program funds, and in particular, the 2026-2027 federal program year. These are grants that are eligible for our collector routes in town, the high volume roadways that we have. The federal program will pay for 80% of the construction and construction engineering. So that's a great deal for the village with only having a 20% match. And this is long-term planning. We're talking about 2026, 2027, but we want to get our projects in line ahead of the other communities that didn't have this foresight, didn't plan for it, and essentially stack the deck for the village of Maywood. So the projects that we've applied for here are 9th Avenue from Madison Street to St. Charles Road, 5th Avenue from Harrison Street to Quincy Street, Madison Street from 21st Avenue to 1st Avenue, 5th Avenue from Roosevelt Road to Baton Drive, and Washington Boulevard from 9th Avenue to 1st Avenue. As Trustee Brandon and the Mayor mentioned earlier, with the infrastructure funds coming, when they do come, this is one of the first places that they do land, and that opens up the opportunity to get these projects funded, possibly even sooner. I included, just for your reference, the existing plan through CMAC and the North Central Council of Mayors for the years of 2021 through 2025. For your reference, we have Washington Boulevard from 21st Avenue to 9th Avenue, as you all know. We have a joint project with the Village of Melrose Park, 9th Avenue from Main Street to Chicago Avenue, and we have 19th Avenue from Madison Street to Oak Street. Those are all firmly programmed in this program, and all those funds are there for us.
Trustee Brandon.
Yes. So we were having a conversation in our Fiscal Accountability Government Transparency Committee in regards to when will the work actually start. What was the word?
Letting.
That was the letting. So when I think about letting, I hope that it's like groundbreaking, like the grounds that we broken was to finish from 9th to 21st. Right. In my head, because I have a timeline of this whole Washington Boulevard situation, and so I'm hoping that the ground will be breaking spring, summer, and we're going to be looking at a new Washington Boulevard like come fall. But so the letting work, can you expound on letting?
So the very soonest letting that we can possibly place that project on is where we have it, and that's a November 2022 letting through IDOT. And that is because we have the federal funds programmed in federal fiscal year 2023.
So in actuality, the residents won't be able to really see the physical improvement until like the spring of 2023 to watch the Boulevard.
So that's part of waiting line for federal funds. That's where we are. What I wanted to highlight, the good news for the Village of Maywood and make sure everyone's aware of, there's there's 48 communities and entities in the North Central Council of Mayors. The Village of Maywood in this next 5-year program is receiving 33.6% of total amount of federal funds available council-wide. So, realistically, the village should receive 2% of the funds if it was spread out evenly amongst every community. We're getting the lion's share, and everyone should just be aware of that.
All right. Are there any questions for Bill? Other questions? As always, thank you so much, Bill. Looking forward to get more funding as soon as possible.
Thank you.
All right, 10C, Police Department, request and quote to replace office furnishings.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Manager Wells Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor. This was just to remind everyone, this went to, I believe, the community, I'm going to say committee, Brown, Community Policing and Public Safety Committee to Trustee Peppers and Trustee Lightford for review. As you all know, the condition of the police department has been pretty bad with the flooding incidents that have occurred over the years, and the furniture in the chief's department was pretty much ruined. It was mold and just was not in good condition. So Chief Willis did attend that committee meeting and presented 2 proposals, and I believe Trustee Peppers did forward a recommendation for that.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. So thank you so much for that. We will go to 10D, Building and Code Enforcement Department request and quote to purchase equipment that will allow the department employees to operate under the Casale software system. Village Manager Rose Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor, you have brought this to my attention when I first came on board about the village had made some investments in new software system. Things got interrupted with COVID in terms of training, and so our code department did not complete their training. So they have, Director Duncan has reached out to the company. They're still not doing in-person training. They're only doing online, but they are set to go ahead and get transitioned over to the system, and then all of us will be on one system. That will require an update of their equipment. Marvin has looked at their equipment. It is proposed under the new budget, the equipment for the operating system.
All right. Are there any questions? Okay. 10E, Department of Public Works requesting quotes to purchase 2022 Christmas decorations.
Yes, board. Thank you, Mayor. Board has some.
Manager Wells Armstrong.
Sorry, I'm trying to get through this meeting because we've been here all night. I'm sorry. There have been some discussion amongst the board about us renting versus buying decorations. The village's past practice has been to rent decorations, and that was costing about $17,000 a year. And so when the new administration came in, Mayor was leading the charge on making sure that we are owning our assets. Director West put out a couple of, solicited a couple of quotes, and those were provided for review for the 2022 Christmas decorations. I believe in the budget we had proposed, I think about $29,000, and there was a 5% increase. So I think it's about $32,000, correct, Director West? So just wanted to let you all know we want to make sure that we're ahead and not trying to do this at the last minute like last year.
All right. I would say, I see the quotes, but can we actually get some photos of what the items would look like so that we can make a good thought process decision? All right. Are there any questions? 10F, General Operation Updates. Memo, General Operation Updates for CAL, April 5th, 2022. CAL meeting, 11/2022. Village Manager Wells Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to speak. First, the Park District has been here, some representatives tonight, and I wanted to let you guys get home. So we have a situation going on that wasn't planned, of course, and we had to make some decisions about relocating some space for this mayor and our board to have space. I talked to Ms. Hall last night because it came to my attention the amount of programming that's going to be going on in the summer. I did not realize there was that much programming going on in the summer. I've been out about a week and a half. She was tied up about the last week, so we hadn't touched base. We usually meet monthly, and we've missed a couple of our meetings just based on conferences and schedules and things like that. So I just first of all want you all to know that I hear you, and I did talk to her last night, and she and I have an appointment tomorrow to come over to the 200 building and take a look together to see what would be good. The mayor had been very clear to me at the beginning of the administration that he did not want to be in the 125 location. So in my mind, that wasn't even a consideration because I was trying to be respectful and honor the mayor. He did mention probably a month or so ago about Ms. Banks possibly coming over to the 200 building. We had a brief conversation about that, and then I kind of polled the board, to let them know what I was thinking. So this was not done intentionally, and I apologize, but we will get to a solution. I'm going to need some input from the mayor if he's willing to go to 125. I don't know what the basis was about not being there. I will follow up with the board, and I will talk to Ms. Hall tomorrow, and we'll figure out a solution. We'll work together. We value the relationship and the partnership. The entire board does, and we want to continue to have a good relationship. So that's my update with the Park District. Marvin informed me today, just so you all know, that he's continuing to work on Z-Tron. That's to get our fire department online with Ike 911, so he's continuing to work toward that. Mayor mentioned Stress Awareness Month for April, so these little green things that you see, part of our engagement with our employees, and the trustees get these first, these are stress balls or stress bodies, but they also serve a dual function as a cell phone holder. So we just, we are working to make sure that we are doing things for the employees, and so that's our little gift, to make sure you guys have something for stress and something for your cell phone. I think there's a couple items missing from the packet, but Ms. Hall did also submit a quote for mulch for the park, so I'll follow up with her. That should have been in the board. Is it in there?
I think it's under new business packet.
Okay, it is. Okay, just to put that on the radar, the Park District did submit a quote for mulch for several other parks. I think it was about $7,500.
That's for 7 parks.
Okay. And then the last thing, I just want to take time, we did acknowledge the police department tonight, and we always should, but we often forget about telecommunicators. And April is Telecommunicators Month. That's our Ike 911 dispatchers, as people call them. They are often the first voice you hear when you have a crisis. If you've ever had to make a 911 call, that's who you're talking to. And we rely on them not only to get accurate information and to quickly get that information to police and fire, but to also do it in a way that they're keeping everybody safe when they're dispatched out. So I just want to take the time to thank our Ike 911 telecommunicators for their service, and we will be acknowledging them for Telecommunicators Month. And then the last thing, Ms. Clay mentioned the funeral. I think she said, was it Ms. Allen or Ms. Miller? On April 23rd. We had set a date for a community workshop to focus on community development on Saturday, April 23rd. So we don't have to discuss it now, but if you guys can kind of just give me a heads up if we should reschedule that. Yes? Okay. Everybody's saying yes? Okay. Because we had scheduled it at 10 in the morning. I'm sure it will conflict with the funeral, so we'll reschedule that. Mayor, that's all I have under the general operation update.
All right, Maywood Park District 322202. Mayor? Trustee Sanchez?
We have some gentlemen, some different faces. Can we get them on have them present?
Okay. We can definitely,
Just get item G.
we can pause 10F. Let's move down to, that is Trustee Pepper's Community Policing and Public Safety Committee, so we're going to move down to 12C. So we'll talk about police accountability recommendations. Proposal 17, memorandum of restore recommendation, restore bio, and a quote of emergency generator. Trustee Peppers.
Yes, sir. Yeah, right. We'll go Reeseville first.
Hit it. I named them all, so it's how you want to go.
Screen won't blow. I need my glass. Give me 1 second. Screen, you know. Can I borrow somebody's screen? Thank you, sir.
Look, I brought my presents. I didn't even bring them. I'm not surprised. I know. I know. I be having a little squeeze.
All right. We're operational over here now. Okay, it's our recommendation in reference to our committee that the Board of Trustees consider approving the request to allow Restore Construction Incorporated to represent the village of Maywood with their restore services. Restore Construction is a full-service company that provides emergency property service and complete restoration services. They work as liaison to property owners to secure property with proper steps of insurance policy guidelines. Their services also provide the following: emergency board ups for homeowners, business owners, and they work as advocates for property owners. Attached is a brief bio of Restore Construction. At this time, can we have Mr. Patrick come on up? I'll let him take it from here and tell you the brief bio of that company.
Thank you for having us, Mayor, Trustee Peppers, Trustee Isaiah. Yeah, we love to, we're an emergency service company that love to partner with Maywood as far as emergency services, board ups, COVID cleanings, broken pipes, etc. It's a two-pronged approach. Our business, kind of in the last 15 years, we started working with municipalities. The municipalities, we offer those services to them, and then two, with the residents, the insureds, we give them an opportunity to examine their policy for them to know what they got coming as far as their insurance claim. So it's a two-avenue approach that we have, and we love the opportunity to work with me. We'll work with probably every fire department in District 20. We love to work with Maywood, and we think the partnership could be beneficial to both you guys. That's just the broad strokes. If you guys have any questions, I'm willing to answer them for you.
Are there any questions from the board? I've already seen the facility. You guys are great. Talk to the other mayors that you guys work with. You guys provide quality service. So, my blessing.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Trustee. Thank you.
Sorry for a long wait.
Yeah. Rain delay.
Are you looking for a motion?
No. So, I think it's more so of a consensus thought process that we would move forward this way. So would anybody be opposed to moving forward with Restore?
I'm Mayor.
Trustee Jones?
I would just want to get staffs and, have we already done, I'm sorry, like public works or whatever. Is that
No,
something-
Chief. Chief Brown, did you want to say anything?
Or is there anything like
Regards to working with
a
Restore?
recommendation or whatever?
No, I would concur. I mean, we don't have a problem with Restore at all. They've been around on some things that we've had in the past.
All right. So again, nobody would be opposed? All right. Welcome to Maywood, officially.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Trustee Peck, did you want to finish the rest of your report before we go back?
Yeah, definitely. We completed with the police department. Right now, we start with the fire. Pull it back up. All right, here we go. It is this committee's recommendation that the Board of Trustees consider approving the request of Chief Bruno in reference to the Maywood Fire Department and the following items. Number one, patient assist charges, $100 per visit, per assist. Number two is ambulance transport fees in reference to the amount of $1,800. Number three is emergency generator at Fire Station 2 in the amount of $11,665.70. This will come from a capital line item. Number four is ESO, Emergency Service Solution Software Overhaul, in the amount of $8,875. It's also a capital line item. And attached is the explanation of each request. And also we have Chief Bruno here to look at on anything that you have in reference, any questions you have in reference to this. Chief?
Does anyone from the board have any questions for Chief? Would anybody be opposed to any of the recommendations from Trustee Pepper's committee?
No.
Chief, for the sake of time, we ain't got no questions, you're gonna say yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We'll keep you longer than you need to. All right, so we will go back up to the village manager's report, return to, I think we were at 10B, or no, I'm sorry, we were at 10F. The Maywood Park District 322-2022.
Wasn't that?
Oh, this is the mulch. This is the mulch.
Okay, so I already expressed that 70, I think it was 75?
7,500.
For the 7 parks? Okay. For consideration, that was it.
All right, so would anybody be opposed to placing this on omnibus agenda for approval? Okay, we'll get that put on the omnibus agenda to get approved at the board meeting. All right, so ordinance repealing mandatory COVID-19 vaccine policy, 10/11/2021, Village Manager Wells Armstrong.
I can discuss this more in my presentation, but basically what I have found with municipalities across the country, I'm looking at trying to remove barriers to hiring. It's taking longer to get people hired. As Mayor just said, there's 20 positions open in a facility here right in Maywood. This shortage of workers is affecting every industry. And what I have found in my research and in my networks is that having a mandatory COVID policy is actually a barrier for employment, particularly with the police. If you have a mandatory a mandatory COVID vaccination policy, a lot of times they won't even look at your department. So I just wanted to place this before you all for some consideration, some follow up with you all for some discussions to consider repealing. We never implemented it because we knew that, it was very polarized. The unions were in an uproar. We have 7 unions in the village. I've reached out to every last one of them, scheduled meetings. They were not in favor of it, and I didn't want unfair labor practices filed. And so I've been trying to just monitor, infection rates and that type of thing. I think we're not out of COVID. I don't want to, mislead anyone. We still have to learn how to navigate and manage through COVID, but I think we're at a place where we don't need to require it, and the unions do not support it. And it's a barrier to hiring. So that was just my point on that, Mayor.
All right. Does anybody from the board have any questions in regards to that? Would anybody be opposed to getting that ordinance repealed? All right, so we'll put that on the omnibus agenda to get repealed. All right, 10G, ILCMA 2022 Winter Conference Recap Presentation.
You guys are going to kill me. This is a good presentation. It's a good presentation, but
It's long.
yes, ma'am. Whoever said it, Miss Teresa.
I gotta go to sleep.
You can go to sleep. What's your baby going here? So just wanted to let you all know. I attended the Illinois ILCMA conference actually last week. That's where I was. That stands for the Illinois City County Managers Association. The mission statement is to promote professional local government management through its commitment to inclusiveness, adherence to ICMA Code of Ethics, and high quality member support. So we are not political, we are elected, we are a professional body of managers, and they have conferences throughout the year to help us with various issues in terms of governing. This is just a couple pictures. So this article I wanted to bring to your attention, I know we're getting low on the numbers, but everybody in this room knows about the Great Depression, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We are now in what's called the Great Resignation. Like they have actually, leadership, policymakers, thought leaders have actually termed this phenomenon, what we're experiencing right now with not being able to find employees, with people leaving their jobs, as the Great Resignation. So Marvin's going to play. We're not going to play all of it. We're going to play a little bit. Just want you here.
Journalism on the Noah app or at newsoveraudio.com. You are listening to Harvard Business Review, where on March 22nd, 2022, Ranjay Gulati writes, "The Great Resignation or the Great Rethink?" Ranjay Gulati is the Paul R. Lawrence MBA class of 1942, professor of business administration at Harvard Business School. He is also the author of the book Deep Purpose, The Heart and Soul of High Performance Companies. A friend of mine, I'll call him Jim, was in the running for a C-suite job at his company, a consumer packaged goods firm. I've known him for years, and he always seemed happy and fulfilled in his career. So imagine my surprise when, not long ago, I got this 2-word text message from him. I quit. I texted him back asking if everything was okay. I expected that he would reference a dispute with another leader or a business decision going bad. Instead, he said, "I'm becoming the kind of person I don't want to be." We spoke on the phone, and he explained that a recent decision taken by leaders at this firm had given him pause. They had acted to secure economic gain at the expense of customers, suppliers, and the environment, and seemed unbothered by their decisions, regarding them as slam dunks. The experience had made him realize that he didn't really believe in his company or its mission. Whereas previously he might have suppressed his growing doubts, the combination of a personal health scare, the recent death of his father, friction at home, and the prolonged isolation and introspection resulting from the pandemic had prompted him to become more introspective. "Our products aren't healthy," he told me. "I wouldn't want my kids to eat that junk." The lure of a big paycheck and working for a prestigious and very profitable company had worn off. His only thought was, quote, "Why should I work for this company?" Many of us are asking such questions nowadays. Unsettled by the pandemic, we find ourselves considering our jobs with fresh perspective. Some are quitting in what has been dubbed the Great Resignation. But for many, it's more of a great rethink. Do we really like our employer's culture? Do we feel that we're fairly treated and have the advancement opportunities we want? Most profoundly, does our work feel as meaningful as we'd like it to? For those answering no to any of these questions and looking for more purpose-driven work, my research can help. I've gone deep inside dozens of companies, interviewing more than 200 leaders to understand how they bring purpose alive for their employees and other stakeholders in extraordinary.
Okay, thank you. So that gives you can look this article up. It's on the Harvard Business Review. I'm a nerd. I think I told you guys that when I met all of you, and I like to read, and I'm really trying to get an understanding of what strategies we can implement to get our positions filled. So this is from the Harvard Business Review, and that information is there, the author. Are you feeling the burn? So the answer is yes. All of us are feeling the burn. You know, if you're in food industry, you can't find employees. When some of the federal programs were given out, people were making more money being home, than coming to work. So I, again, attended a couple sessions on recruiting, retaining, and rewarding talent during the Great Resignation. I had some panelists that I wanted to introduce to all of you. Kathleen Rush, very seasoned. She's the vice president of GovHR. GovHR is a recruiting company. They recruit for municipalities, government jobs, any kind of government entity. And Brad Burke is the village manager in Lincolnshire. He gave a presentation. And then Jim Powers is a labor attorney with Clark Baird Smith, LLP. So some of the facts. Since the pandemic started, we lost 4 million people. 4 million people have quit their jobs in the United States. Gen Z and millennials make up 40% of the workforce. 50 million people serve as unpaid caregivers for adult family members. That's a statistic from AARP. I'm a data person, so I like to give you the source of the data. Hiring pressure is the highest it's been. 93% of employers plan to hire in 2022. That's from Monster. Scarier still, pandemic reductions, layoffs, 1.5 million jobs, about 928,000 still vacant out of 20 million, and it's not getting better. 60% of public finance workers are over 45 and a third over 55. And then just looking at 6.1%, these numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 6.1% of employees quit their jobs in 2010. That number rose to 9.7% in 2016. Currently, 11.7% workers are quitting their jobs. Here's some of the causes, and I'm not going to read everything on the slide. I already mentioned the vaccine policies. Women have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, so a lot of women are not back in the workforce. Inability to access childcare is one of those issues. Stress and burnout. We're asking employees to do more with less. There's been times where departments that went down 5-6 employees who were out with COVID, and we still got to operate and provide service. One of the things I wanted to mention, it talks a lot about culture. That's how this conversation started. A lot of people are not going into public service work. When I was a kid and grew up, you got a city job that was great. You knew you were going to be there for a long time. Now, because of the hostility in our country and the way people are treated in the public space and people being attacked, some people are choosing not to come into this area of work. And then, of course, private firms are more competitive. They can offer more than municipalities can, so that's an area as well. And people are poaching. There's no shame in it. People are doing it. Impacts, recruitments are taking longer. Of course, we know local governments are struggling. Part of the reason we struggle is, like I said, back in the day, you got a job, you work there till you retire. We don't do succession planning well in municipalities. People expect to be in that job until they leave, and so we don't properly plan and train up. I think what the clerk is doing in her office is great. She's getting, Tom is not going to be here forever. He wants to go on and do some different things, so she's already doing her succession planning, getting Connie ready to get certified and have those credentials that she needs to properly run the clerk's office. So we have to do a better job at that. Some of the key vacancies that we see in municipal work are finance. It's very difficult to find finance professionals, public works professionals, community development, engineering. So I just want to highlight some of these things to you. Candidates are very choosy. It's their market right now. It's their market. They're demanding higher compensation. They want workplace policies changed. And Director Ellison is probably tired of me because I'm constantly sending him articles. We have to change the way that we work. Employees expect us to. Municipalities, when this pandemic hit, were not set up for people to work from home, didn't have the infrastructure and the equipment, but we have to look at how we're going to change as we continue to navigate the pandemic. So I talked about some of these things, and I'll just keep moving through this. But we cannot return to business as usual. We have to evolve. Retention strategies. Retention is your best weapon. So what they're saying is, the employees you have, keep them. That is your best strategy. Again, they talk about workplace culture, and that starts at the top with leadership. And for me, it starts with you all, the board. And we need your support. The staff needs your support. We need the support of the community. So we're looking at, evaluating our culture and some of our new things that we're introducing for the next fiscal year. We're going to be doing, we have an engagement platform where we'll be doing surveys with employees on regular basis. We've already started doing some exit interviews. I like to incorporate some focus groups to see what the employees want, what's working, why are they still, I always ask them that when I meet with the employees. Of course, they give me a list of things that need to be changed, and then I always say, what's positive, what's gotten better, what's working. Compensation, we're looking at our salaries. Do we need to make some market adjustments in some places? We're looking at equity, like the clerk mentioned with Connie and and her employees in her office. Workplace policies. Employees are wanting flexible work weeks. We have to think about these things. Wellness efforts. You saw that when CS Strategies came in, they provide our health insurance plan, and we've started to engage them more to do things with the employees. So they came out and took blood pressures. We're starting to incorporate wellness. And then some of the things that were proposed, and don't shoot me, I'm just a messenger, was college loan repayment, sabbaticals. One community talked about the police department giving sabbaticals to their officers after 5 years. I had never heard of that. These are just some of the things that were discussed. Signing bonuses and comp time for exempt employees. So this is just a picture with the fire department, and Mayor stopped by, Trustee Reyes Plummer stopped by. This was our Halloween event that we held over in the 200 building. This was a new activity. Oh, Miss Banks is in there. She was Foxy Brown with the big afro. So we had a good time, and we're starting to implement more of these types of activities for employees to create a sense of belonging and change our culture. Attraction, again, we got to look at competition. We have to get after these people quickly. We were told that if you place an ad and you say it's open until the 15th and you find a candidate that you like on the 8th, grab them. Go ahead and pull them in, interview them, because if you don't grab them, somebody else, you may lose them to another person. It's that serious and intense right now in terms of hiring. And then there's that word again, culture. Additional key strategies, engage your elected leadership. So, we heard from the public tonight. We've been hearing from the public, the board. We have to do a better job of communicating and working together. Storytelling is imperative. Telling the story about Maywood. What's good about Maywood? What's positive? What things are happening? Why should people want to come to Maywood? We talked about training, building the bench. And I just put the board up there because it starts with you guys. I'm looking at you guys for leadership and direction, collaborative direction. Changing our approach to police officer recruitment. So I know in the community this has been a big concern with officers. I just had a meeting with them last night, actually. Platoons, I think A and B I met with last night. So their biggest concern is staffing as well. Attracting candidates. Are we looking at educational requirements? Some municipalities have decreased their educational requirement, where if they required a bachelor's, they may now only be requiring an associate's, or they may only be requiring 30 hours. Some have just went down to a high school diploma because they're trying to expand access, a larger pool. Less people are applying to be the police. I think everybody knows that. There's less people interested in becoming police officers, given the nature of law enforcement in our country. Some of the other things they talked about was our appearance policies. A lot of departments have policies. If you have a tattoo, those types of things. So municipalities are now looking at, do we really want to be that strict on those types of policies? And then just making sure that as you get candidates to really start engaging them in the department, take them on the ride along, let them get to meet the command staff. We did implement a lateral hire program under this new chief, Chief Willis. We did not have one before. That's Chief Willis with his team. They are very supportive, and he was employed at 1 month, and that was him getting his certificate. So they're doing well and working well together in the police department. Not perfect, but definitely doing well. These are some of the stats I asked Chief to share so I could update the community. So the lateral program was initiated October of 2021. We only got 19 candidates. 12 of 19 were interviewed February and March. I believe Ms. Clay told me, and she's on the Board of Police and Fire Commission, I think she told me 6 people didn't show up for interviews. 4 were selected to be hired, and that's going to be determined in April. They're pending their psychological exam. So we are looking to bring on 4 laterals this month. We reposted the lateral position. Again, we are hiring a woman that's starting, when did she start? The 11th?
Monday, ma'am.
Okay, she's starting Monday, so that's a new officer.
Next Monday, the 11th.
The 11th coming in. We are still interviewing part-time officers. I believe Commander Yancey told me yesterday he had 2 candidates. We are waiting for Board of Fire and Police Commission to announce a testing date for new hires, so they have to set that up. And then the sergeant and lieutenant testing dates are April 12th. So I hire all the department heads and part-time police. Board of Police and Fire Commission, of course, hired the full-time police and fire. So we do have some people coming in. Aligned to a vision. I really would like us to get together. I had proposed to the board doing a strategic planning, and then I said maybe we need to do a team building session of us having some conversation around that, because it's important for me to be able to work with the staff in terms of what the board's vision is. And so I need you all to be able to give me those, what those bullet points are, the things that are important for you all. Thinking about training supervisors. We meet every week. Mayor mentioned we have the staff have the operations side. We have a department head meeting every Wednesday. We are doing active training in those meetings every Wednesday. Our clerk is invited to those meetings. She participates and contributes. The village manager from Lincolnshire talked about, they have a motto, Lincolnshire Way. What is the Maywood grant? We need to talk about that. Getting employee input and professional development goals. A lot of the evaluations were not being done consistently with employees. So Director Ellison trained all of the department heads on how to do performance evaluation reviews, how to have difficult conversations. But we also talked about their career. Like, they may not want to be a cashier for 30 years. I'm thinking that people have had conversations with the employees to ask them, do you want to grow? Where do you want to go working here in Maywood? And then making sure that we have regular updates so that when evaluation time comes, no one is surprised. So this is just a picture from one of our department head staff meetings. We were doing an exercise that day on how to write a staff memo to the board and some of the things that to include to be helpful to the board. So we do that every week. We want to recognize and reward our employees. So we did have our annual employee recognition event. We want to celebrate their accomplishments. I know we have a firefighter in the department that's working on his master's. He should be graduating. Operation Uplift just honored Captain Wade for his service in the community. So these are things we should be highlighting about Maywood. Social media campaigns, we should be running positive campaigns about our employees. And we want to humanize employees to the greater community. One of the things that I've seen, and it's not just in Maywood, but just this attack and abuse and abusive culture of people, period. Our employees are human. Our board is, they're human. I've heard the term puppet master, these types of things. People should have their dignity and respect. You can disagree, you can, not, support a policy, but people are still human beings and we need to be mindful of that. Mm-hmm. And then the Ministry of Handwritten Notes. This is something that I do a lot of. I sent my department heads home, but many of them have received notes from me. I send notes to employees if they have a baby, if we had 2 officers that were in an accident, some type of incident. We've had deaths with staff. It means a lot that you just take the time, and they've told me that, to just acknowledge what's going on with them and to write a note. This was our clerk and her team honoring Angela Kemp, who's an employee in our building and code enforcement department. Angela received an award from the clerk's office because she is like totally outstanding on FOIAs. She's very timely, very responsive, and gets things done. So with the conversation around changing how we work, there are legal implications that we have to consider. So we have a whole host of state and federal laws that we have to take into account. Anytime that we're looking at, wages, even if we're giving a bonus, which sounds crazy, the unions want to have a conversation. Even if you said we're going to give all your employees $1,000, they want to have a conversation about that. Salary discrimination, you have to be careful that if you're offering, a sign-on bonus or different things, that you make sure that there's no discrimination. Compensation, reimbursement, safety issues they brought up for work for home. If we did go to that, you have to make sure that you are reimbursing employees, making sure that they have proper equipment. They talked about implementing a policy that it's safe to work from home. So if they have an accident and trip, are they going to sue the village because they're working from home? So these are some of the things to consider. Let me go back to that. The lateral hires, that has come up in union conversation. There's a lot of, and Trustee Peppers probably has heard this. So I believe Maywood has advertised for laterals, bringing them in at a higher step, at step 3. And I know we've had a conversation recently with one of the unions that they don't think that's fair. And so this is something that we need to figure out as well. They did mention that a lot of our collective bargaining agreements have zipper clauses, so to check those. Work at home. We had someone talk about people that were trying to just get caught up. They were working from home, but they would work like extra, and they weren't being compensated. That's a violation of the Department of Labor. So we just have to make sure that we're following all of those state and federal laws. You have to properly record. And then here's some of the current employment opportunities: deputy chief of police, full-time and part-time officers, a building inspector, human resources assistant. I did ask James on Monday how many applications or resumes he received for the HR assistant. That's to replace Larita Murray, who moved on. 75, one from Maywood, and she worked at Walmart. So I just wanted to let you know we get a lot, but they're not always qualified for the position. Manager in finance. Management analyst is the position in my office. It's been vacant since the end of the year, December 31st. So I've been without an assistant, and zoning officer and a planner. These are some of the areas where we recruit. And again, work culture matters. What is the reputation of Maywood? We get to define, we contribute to that. The board contributes to that. The staff contribute to that. The community contributes to that. Change is a process. It's not a hashtag. It's not a memo that goes out to staff. Staff need to see stable leadership, and they need to see behavior change that is consistent over time. And that's when they start to buy in and believe that change is actually happening. I think that this is a time for us to reset here in the village of Maywood, and I'm just going to end with this clip. This is a TED Talk by Christine Porter, Why Being Respectful to Your Coworkers is Good for Business. Thank you, Margaret.
Who do you want to be? It's a simple question, and whether you know it or not, you're answering it every day through your actions. This one question will define your professional success more than any other, because how you show up and treat people means everything. Either you lift people up by respecting them, making them feel valued, appreciated, and heard, or you hold people down by making them feel small, insulted, disregarded, or excluded. And who you choose to be means everything. I study the effects of incivility on people. What is incivility? It's disrespect or rudeness. It includes a lot of different behaviors, from mocking or belittling someone, to teasing people in ways that sting, to telling offensive jokes, to texting in meetings. And what's uncivil to one person may be absolutely fine to another. Take texting while someone's speaking to you. Some of us may find it rude, others may think it's absolutely civil. So it really depends. It's all in the eyes of the beholder and whether that person felt disrespected. We may not mean to make someone feel that way, but when we do, it has consequences. Over 22 years ago, I vividly recall walking into this stuffy hospital room. It was heartbreaking to see my dad, this strong, athletic, energetic guy, lying in the bed with electrodes strapped to his bare chest. What put him there was work-related stress. For over a decade, he suffered an uncivil boss. And for me, I thought he was just an outlier at that time. But just a couple years later, I witnessed and experienced a lot of incivility in my first job out of college. I spent a year going to work every day and hearing things from coworkers like, "Are you an idiot? That's not how it's done." And if I wanted your opinion, I'd ask. So I did the natural thing. I quit, and I went back to grad school to study the effects of this. And there I met Christine Pearson. And she had a theory that small, uncivil actions can lead to much bigger problems, like aggression and violence. We believed that incivility affected performance in the bottom line. So we launched a study, and what we found was eye-opening. We sent a survey to business school alumni working in all different organizations, and we asked them to write a few sentences about one experience where they were treated rudely, disrespectfully, or insensitively, and to answer questions about how they reacted. One person told us about a boss that made insulting statements like, "That's kindergartner's work." And another tore up someone's work in front of the entire team. And what we found is that incivility made people less motivated. 66% cut back work efforts, 80% lost time worrying about what happened, and 12% left their job. And after we published these results, two things happened. One, we got calls from organizations. Cisco read about these numbers, took just a few of these, and estimated conservatively incivility was costing them $12 million a year. The second thing that happened was that we heard from others in our academic field who said, "Well, people are reporting this, but how can you really show it? Does people's performance really suffer?" I was curious about that too. With Amir Erez, I compared those that experience incivility to those that didn't experience incivility. And what we found is that those that experience incivility do actually function much worse. Okay, you may say, this makes sense. After all, it's natural that their performance suffers. But what about if you're not the one who experiences it? What if you just see or hear it? You're a witness. We wondered if it affected witnesses too. So we conducted studies where 5 participants would witness an experimenter act rudely to someone who arrived late to the study. The experimenter said, "What is it with you? You arrive late, you're irresponsible, look at you. How do you expect to hold a job in the real world?" And in another study in a small group, we tested the effects of a peer insulting a group member. Now what we found was really interesting, because witnesses' performance decreased too, and not just marginally, quite significantly. Incivility is a bug. It's contagious, and we become carriers of it just by being around it. And this isn't confined to the workplace. We can catch this virus anywhere, at home, online, in schools, and in our communities. It affects our emotions, our motivation, our performance, and how we treat others. It even affects our attention and can take some of our brain power. And this happens not only if we experience incivility or we witness it. It can happen even if we just see or read rude words. Let me give you an example of what I mean. To test this, we gave people combinations of words to use to make a sentence. But we were very sneaky. Half the participants got a list with 15 words used to trigger rudeness: impolitely, interrupt, obnoxious, bother. Half the participants received a list of words with none of these rude triggers. And what we found was really surprising, because the people who got the rude words were 5 times more likely to miss information right in front of them on the computer screen. And as we continued this research, what we found is that those that read the rude words took longer to make decisions, to record their decisions, and they made significantly more errors. This can be a big deal, especially when it comes to life and death situations. Steve, a physician, told me about a doctor that he worked with who was never very respectful, especially to junior staff and nurses. But Steve told me about this one particular interaction where this doctor shouted at a medical team. Right after the interaction, the team gave the wrong dosage of medication to their patient. Steve said the information was right there on the chart, but somehow everyone on the team missed it. He said they lacked the attention or awareness to take it into account. Simple mistake, right? Well, that patient died. Researchers in Israel have actually shown that medical teams exposed to rudeness perform worse not only in all their diagnostics, but in all the procedures they did. This was mainly because the teams exposed to rudeness didn't share information as readily, and they stopped seeking help from their teammates. And I see this not only in medicine, but in all industries. So if incivility has such a huge cost, why do we still see so much of it? I was curious, so we surveyed people about this too. The number one reason is stress. People feel overwhelmed. The other reason that people are not more civil is because they're skeptical and even concerned about being civil or appearing nice. They believe they'll appear less leader-like. They wonder, do nice guys finish last? Or in other words, do jerks get ahead? It's easy to think so, especially when we see a few prominent examples that dominate the conversation. Well, it turns out in the long run, they don't. There's really rich research on this by Morgan McCall and Michael Lombardo when they were at the Center for Creative Leadership. And they found the number one reason tied to executive failure was an insensitive, abrasive, or bullying style. There will always be some outliers that succeed despite their incivility. Sooner or later, though, most uncivil people sabotage their success. For example, with uncivil executives, it comes back to hurt them when they're in a place of weakness or they need something. People won't have their backs. But what about nice guys? Does civility pay? Yes, it does. And being civil doesn't just mean that you're not a jerk. Not holding someone down isn't the same as lifting them up. Being truly civil means doing the small things, like smiling and saying hello in the hallway, listening fully when someone's speaking to you. Now, you can have strong opinions, disagree, have conflict, or give negative feedback civilly, with respect. Some people call it radical candor, where you care personally, but you challenge directly. So yes, civility pays. In a biotechnology firm, colleagues and I found that those that were seen as civil were twice as likely to be viewed as leaders, and they performed significantly better. Why does civility pay? Because people see you as an important and a powerful, unique combination of two key characteristics: warm and competent, friendly and smart. In other words, being civil isn't just about motivating others, it's about you. If you're civil, you're more likely to be seen as a leader. You'll perform better, and you're seen as warm and competent. But there's an even bigger story about how civility pays, and it ties to one of the most important questions around leadership. What do people want most from their leaders? We took data from over 20,000 employees around the world, and we found the answer was simple: respect. Being treated with respect was more important than recognition and appreciation, useful feedback, even opportunities for learning. Those that felt respected were healthier, more focused, more likely to stay with their organization, and far more engaged. So where do you start? How can you lift people up and make people feel respected? Well, the nice thing is it doesn't require a huge shift. Small things can make a big difference. I found that thanking people, sharing credit, listening attentively, humbly asking questions, acknowledging others, and smiling has an impact. Patrick Quinlan, former CEO of Ochsner Healthcare, told me about the effects of their 10-5 way, where if you're within 10 feet of someone, you make eye contact and smile. And if you're within 5 feet, you say hello. He explained that civility spread, patient satisfaction scores rose, as did patient referrals. Civility and respect can be used to boost an organization's performance. When my friend Doug Conant took over as CEO of Campbell's Soup Company in 2001, the company's market share had just dropped in half. Sales were declining, lots of people had just been laid off. A Gallup manager said it was the least engaged organization that they had surveyed. And as Doug drove up to work his first day, he noticed that the headquarters was surrounded by barbed wire fence. There were guard towers in the parking lot. He said it looked like a minimum security prison. It felt toxic. Within 5 years, Doug had turned things around. And within 9 years, they were setting all-time performance records and racking up awards, including Best Place to Work. How did he do it? On day one, Doug told employees that he was going to have high standards for performance, but they were going to do it with civility. He walked the talk, and he expected his leaders to. For Doug, it all came down to being tough-minded on standards and tender-hearted with people. And for him, he said it was all about these touch points, or these daily interactions he had with employees, whether in the hallway, in the cafeteria, or in meetings. And if he handled each touch point well, he'd make employees feel valued. Another way that Doug made employees feel valued and showed them that he was paying attention is that he hand wrote over 30,000 thank you notes to employees. And this set an example for other leaders. Leaders have about 400 of these touch points a day. Most don't take long, less than 2 minutes each. The key is to be agile and mindful in each of these moments. Civility lifts people. We'll get people to give more and function at their best if we're civil. Incivility chips away at people and their performance. It robs people of their potential, even if they're just working around it. What I know from my research is that when we have more civil environments, we're more productive, creative, helpful, happy, and healthy. We can do better. Each one of us can be more mindful and can take actions to lift others up around us, at work, at home, online, in schools, and in our communities. In every interaction, think, who do you want to be? Let's put an end to the incivility bug and start spreading civility. After all, it pays. Thank you.
All right, so for the sake of time, we're gonna move down to 13C because the park district. My apologies. 13C and 13B. Discussion and recommendation of resolution approving and authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreement with the Maywood Park District for joint investigation of funding options for the rehabilitation and or replacement of the pool facility with new pool facility. So we have the new IG agreement. It doesn't discuss anything about finances being exchanged. It's literally just saying that
The Park and Recreation Department does have an executive director with over 30 years of experience. She has managed pool facilities throughout her career, and in regards to us going in one direction or another, her expertise, as well as the Illinois Park and Recreation Association and the Illinois Park and Recreation Department, could help within regards to the conversation regarding finding funding, resources, and conversation that will lead to us actually having an actual conversation about what direction to go with the pool. Would anybody be opposed to this agreement for them to have conversations in regards to the pool that would lead to us as a board coming up with the final decision?
Mayor,
Trustee Brandon.
we had some discussion on this in our Fiscal Accountability and Transparency Committee in regards to the Village of Maywood going back to the assessment that was done and looking at the agreement or the contract that we had and reviewing that before we proceed on this matter. So the conversation was around going back, giving the village managers some time to go back and look at the agreement that we had with the company to come out to assess the pool, and looking at all of its needs and coming back to really bring us up to speed on where we're at with it. And so I think that that's the direction that we should go, to allow some time for her to be made aware of what that entailed in regards to those items that we were seeking to address as far as the repairs of the pool, so that we could be on one page and one accord in regards to which direction we should go into.
Thank you for that, Trustee Brandon. I think the thought process is none of us in the administration, none of us on this board have over 30 years of park and recreation experience. None of us on this board, nor in this administration, actually